I'm going to write her a check.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. This is the City of Dania Beach regular city meeting on April the 28th. It is 7:00 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Mayor Davis?
Here.
Vice Mayor Salvino?
Here.
Commissioner Llewellyn?
Here.
Commissioner Romoli?
Here.
Commissioner Ryan?
Here.
City Attorney Bootsas?
Here.
City Manager Garcia?
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much, City Attorney. And if we could have everyone seated so we can have a moment of silence, I'd appreciate it. Please bow your heads for a moment of silence. Thank you. If everyone could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. City Attorney, if you would please read the statement of decorum.
Yes, Mayor. Individuals who wish to make any citizens' comments under that portion of the agenda or who otherwise want to address the City Commission must first be registered with the City Clerk. The forms are available outside of the Commission chambers and must be given to the clerk before the meeting. Others who want to address the Commission on any matter must first be recognized by the Mayor. All such persons must use the podium in the Commission chamber. No more than one person at any time may address the Commission from the podium. Comments are only to be made to the City Commission as a whole and not to be directed to the audience or city staff. No individual shall make any slanderous or unduly repetitive remarks or engage in any form of behavior that disrupts or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting as determined by the Mayor. The Mayor often allows applause during ceremonial or celebratory portions of the meeting, such as proclamations, presentations, awards, or public safety recognitions, as these are not action items and are intended to honor individuals or events. However, to safeguard an orderly meeting and to preclude intimidation of speakers on agenda items or designated public comments, the Mayor ordinarily precludes clapping, applauding, heckling, or verbal outbursts during these portions of the agenda. Based upon the foregoing, no individual may speak directly to or address the Mayor, City Commission, or City staff. Comments are to be directed to the Commission as a whole. No clapping, applauding, heckling, or verbal outbursts in support of or opposition to a speaker and shall be permitted. No signs or placards may be permitted in the chambers. If a person's conduct, as determined by the Mayor, is found to be disruptive or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting, the person may be asked by the Mayor to leave the Commission chambers. If the person does not leave and the conduct persists, the City Police Department will be requested to escort the individual from the city's chambers. All cell phones are to be silenced, and all persons exiting the chamber shall do so quietly. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. And now we will move on to item 3, presentations and special event approvals. We have item 3.1, presentation to our very own Chief Pelliser Senior Leader Award, presented by our very own City Manager.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission, City team, the residents that are watching at home, the residents that are here with us today, the special guests, and our City of Dania Beach team. I was discussing with our Deputy City Manager this weekend, one of my favorite times of the year when it comes to sports. It's the NFL draft. Is when teams are sitting in the room strategizing and coming up with the game plan for all the players to choose to make their team better. Now we go back to 2019 when I had the blessing and the honor to become your manager. And I was assessing every single one of our teams, all our employees. And I had the opportunity to meet one Sergio Pelliser. So I said, well, I would like to join you at the station. I want to see how your operation works. And I really like to take the opportunity to see our leaders in their element. Watching Chief Pelissar interact with his team and cooking with his team and just watching his level of enthusiasm. Really, I paused and I looked at an opportunity there for a really tremendous promotion. And back in May of 2019, I had the honor to promote one of the greatest employees that I've ever worked with. I mean, we have a tremendous team of leaders. Very proud to say that every department director and every deputy director has been hand-selected, hand-picked, and or they have been promoted by this administration, working very closely with our deputy city manager. And I remember every single time for the past 7 years, whether it's myself or Gandhi or sitting there with the mayor, that she wanted to do an event with safety, and all of a sudden we came up with Safety Saturdays, and meeting with Chief Pelissar and saying, hey, how come we don't recognize September 11th here? Now we're going into our 5th year, and there wasn't an assignment, there wasn't anything that we could bring forward to Chief Pelissar, and even during the challenging times where we couldn't afford to buy a brand new fire truck, I said, I need you to come up with a game plan. And he came back and he says, well, we can refurbish and we could save about 70% to do it and wait. There was nothing that we were able to challenge Chief Pelissar with that he didn't come through. So today, as I stand before you in my second to last meeting, I want one more opportunity, because as a leader, it's extremely important to recognize the great work of the people that make us and all of you look good every day. Our city has gone through a tremendous and unprecedented transformation, and we couldn't do it without the leaders that are here. We have a very high bar, but let me tell you, you have to be demanding, but you also have to show love, and you have to award and acknowledge and let the people know that they have done a tremendous job. So today, as I stand here before you, I want you to put your hands together for our longest serving leader. And let me tell you, back in high school, remember the superlatives? Best sense of humor, most athletic? Here is our school spirit, because nobody waves the flag of the city of Dania Beach better than our chief. Please give it up for Sergio Pelissar. Get over here. Get over here. He's recovering. He's sweating a little bit. So while he dries his hands, you know, when you love your teammates, you got to hug them when they're sweaty, when they're smelly. It doesn't really. You don't smell. You smell very nice. But this, I don't ever want you to forget your worth and your value, and how much we love you, and how much we appreciate going above and beyond. It doesn't go unnoticed. And there hasn't been anything that myself or Candido or any of these elected officials have wanted from you that you haven't delivered. I'm going to miss you, but hopefully every time you see these, you remember that you were promoted, valued, and loved very much by me and the rest of all these people, because there's not one person here that doesn't love you, Chief Pelissar. Thank you and congratulations.
Well, what do you say to that? Number one, thank you. Thank you to everybody here. Number two, I'm going to steal your line. Yeah, I may be the man in the arena tonight, but you know what? Being the man in the arena, you can't get there by yourself. You can't get there without an exceptional coach, a leader, a mentor. And yeah, you came over to the fire station. You picked me to be your district fire chief. But you know what? I appreciated that. And ever since that day, the only thing I want to do is serve with integrity. Like you said, rise, respect, integrity. And I love my job. I love the fact that you saw something in me. And I couldn't do it without your leadership. I couldn't do it with all the people, without all the different directors here, because we're all one team and we all work together. And there's no way I could do my job without every single person here. I've called every single person here to talk to ask for advice. So how should I do this? How should I do that? And everybody's always been there. So again, this award is not about me to me. This award is about everybody that's here, our commissioners, everybody that's been a part of my life, and everybody in Dania Beach. This is for you. This is for the people in the arena. So thank you very much. I love you. I respect each and every one of you, and I will continue to serve. And, Dania Beach is going to go very far. I'm very happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, City Manager. Yes, and everybody say belated happy birthday to
happy
Chief.
birthday to Chief yesterday.
Yes, it's his birthday yesterday.
birthday
wasn't
present,
it?
yes, ma'am.
Yes. All right, let's take that
Come on,
historic
everybody.
photo. Let's go.
Come on.
I stole that from Lori there.
More. General citizens' comments. Membership is with 10 too. And these are just general.
Okay, thank you. Okay, congratulations again, Chief. Well deserved, and thank you, City Manager, for that recognition. We have next, item 3.2, request for proclamation approvals. We have Mental Health Awareness Month, May 2026, sponsored by Mayor Davis. Then we have Water Reuse Week, May 17, 2023, sponsored by Mayor Davis. And then we have National Safe Boating Week, May 16th through the 22nd, sponsored by Mayor Davis. And then we also have Principal Michael B. Villains, Dania Elementary National Principal Day, May 1st, 2026, sponsored by yours truly. Next, we have, do I have a consensus for approvals for those proclamations? I have consensus from everyone, unanimous consensus from the commission for the request for proclamation approvals. And then I will move on to proclamations 4.1, which is Turquoise Takeover Week, May 4th through the 10th, 2026. And this one is sponsored by Commissioner Llewellyn.
Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, the group that I was going to be handing this to doesn't look like they are here. So I'll just go ahead and read it, and we'll save it for them and have it presented to them at another time. This has to do with lung cancer awareness. There is an organization that has worked with the city, with a number of different businesses in the city, and they do a really good job as far as getting out awareness about lung cancer and trying to help take the stigma away from it. So every year I've been an ambassador with them, and I like to do this proclamation for them. I also do have a very good friend who is going through treatments right now for lung cancer, has been for quite some time. Hers is genetic. It is not related to any sort of chemicals or smoking or anything like that. So there's a lot more people out there than you realize that have lung cancer as a result of something like that. So in any event, with that, my proclamation is this. From the Office of the Mayor of the City of Dania Beach, Florida, whereas it is estimated that 235,000 Americans will be diagnosed with lung cancer this year, but only 4.5% of those at highest risk for lung cancer are getting screened. And whereas the lung cancer survival rate has increased by over 52% in the last decade and awareness of this deadly disease is steadily increasing. And whereas Lung Force is a national initiative led by the American Lung Association to defeat lung cancer. And whereas Lung Force's annual Turquoise Takeover celebration unites the nation to raise critical awareness of lung cancer, the nation's leading cancer killer. And whereas Lung Force has partnered with Padrinos, CT Cantina and Taqueria, Dania Beach Chamber of Commerce, and other businesses in Dania Beach, as well as Memorial Healthcare Cancer Center to support awareness events in anticipation of and during Turquoise Takeover Week. And whereas greater awareness of lung cancer is key to securing research funding, encouraging lung cancer screening, and reducing the stigma around the disease. And Turquoise Takeover is the awareness effort designed to advance this goal. And whereas in support of Turquoise Takeover Week, the City of Dania Beach team is encouraged to wear turquoise on May 4th, 2026. Now therefore, on behalf of the Dania Beach City Commission, the Mayor, Joyce L. Davis, Mayor of the City of Dania Beach, Florida, and on behalf of the Dania Beach City Commission, do hereby proclaim March 4th through 10th, 2026 as Turquoise Takeover Week in the City of Dania Beach, and do encourage everyone to become educated about lung cancer, its risk factors, and early detection. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will certainly be sure, and I hope we all will wear turquoise on May the 4th. Thank you, Commissioner Llewellyn.
Yes.
Next, we have item 4.2, Child Abuse Prevention Month, and that is sponsored by Commissioner Romoli.
Thank you, Mayor. Cynthia Reynoso, are you here? Hi, Cynthia. Welcome. We'll read this proclamation to you.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
So it's my honor to read this proclamation to you and to all those that are fighting against child abuse, and not only in our city and our state, but our country. Let's hope that we make a difference. Whereas Florida's bright future depends on the healthy development and well-being of its children, and whereas adverse childhood experiences, including the abuse and neglect of children, can serve a long-lasting consequences for children, families, and society as a whole. And whereas every child has the right to a safe, healthy, and happy childhood where they are supported in achieving their educational and developmental milestones. And whereas research demonstrates that parents and caregivers who have strong support systems and access to resources are more resilient and better equipped to provide safe, nurturing environments for their children. And whereas it is essential for individual schools, communities, organizations, and local governments to prioritize children and take action to support their physical, social, emotional, and educational development. And whereas the Children's Services Council of Broward County is committed to supporting families by funding family support programs designed to reduce and indice the impact of child abuse, neglect, and trauma. These programs stabilize families in crisis, promote positive parenting strategies, prevent out-of-home placements, and reduce involvement in dependency systems. Whereas Broward Aware, a countywide campaign led by the Children's Services Council and its partners, aims to raise awareness to child abuse prevention by promoting healthy child development, positive parenting practices, and community engagement. And whereas Child Abuse Prevention Month provides an important opportunity to encourage all Floridians to participate in activities that strengthen families, communities, creating environments where children can thrive. Now, therefore, on behalf of the Dania Beach City Commission and our Mayor Joyce L. Davis, the City of Dania Beach, Florida, we do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. And in the City of Dania Beach, we encourage all residents to join in the effort to support the well-being of children and their families.
Yay. Thank you. On behalf of the Children's Services Council in Broward Aware, we are very excited to have Dania Beach as part of the fight to prevent child abuse and neglect. Thank you for your support and for signing the proclamation, and we hope to have more presence here in Dania Beach and be able to support you more and support the children of Broward County.
Thank you. Doing good.
Piece of this.
Thank you again, Commissioner Romoli, and thank you for coming to the city for such an important Child Abuse Awareness Month topic. Next, we have Water Conservation Month for April 2026. We had an amazing Earth Day. It's all about reduce, reuse, recycle. And so Water Conservation Month is very important here in the city of Dania Beach. And I'm going to go ahead. Do we have the representative from the Water Conservation Organization? Okay. Well, then we will just read it and we'll put it away. All right. Whereas water is a basic and essential need of every living creature, and whereas the state of Florida, water management districts, and the city of Dania Beach are working together to increase water awareness about the importance of water conservation, and whereas the city of Dania Beach and the state of Florida have designated April, typically a dry month when water demands are most acute, Florida's Water Conservation Month to educate citizens about how they can help save Florida's precious water resources. And whereas the city of Dania Beach has always encouraged and supported water conservation through various educational programs and special events, and whereas every business, industry, school, and citizen can make a difference when it comes to conserving water, and whereas every business, industry, school, and citizen can help by saving water and thus promote healthy economy and community. Now, therefore, on the behalf of the City of Dania Beach Commission, I, Joyce L. Davis, Mayor of the City of Dania Beach, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Water Conservation Month in the City of Dania Beach and call upon each citizen and business to help protect our precious resource by practicing safe water measures and becoming more aware of the need to save water. Oh, there you go. Please introduce yourself, I'm sorry, and your organization.
No worries. My name is Julio Tejeda. I'm with South Florida Water Management District. I handle their governmental affairs. So thanks again for these proclamations today. Water reuse is very important along with saving water as much as possible. We want to make sure that water is at the heart of everything we do here in Florida. All the communities and all the growth we have is part of that water that we use. So the more water we save today, the more water we'll have in the future. It's an economic impact as well, an environmental impact that we have for here and for the future generations as well. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And one more photo for Water Conservation Month. We got to do it.
The Amazon truck is right. drink some water now.
Turn up the mic.
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna be on.
Took the words out of my mouth. All right, now that we are done with the proclamations, we are now on to item 5, administrative reports. Madam City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, everybody. Good to see everyone again, residents that are watching at home and everybody that's here with us today. Candido and I and our HR team have been working very diligently, and we have cast a really wide net in regards to our search for our next Director of Public Services. Our longtime Director of 7 years, Fernando Rodriguez, will be retiring in July. He has been with municipal government for over 40 years. But I just want to let you know that we are extremely excited that with our number 1 pick in 2026, we have chosen from the city of Hialeah, our number 1 pick. Here is, ladies and gentlemen, he started with us today. Please give it up for our new Public Services Director and a professional engineer, Oscar Vasquez. Oscar, would you like to say some words?
Yeah, but after that introduction, it's difficult to be up there. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney, City Clerk, and our community. It's a truly honor to be here and stand in front of you tonight to serve as your new Public Service Director. I am engineer with 25-year experience, and 22 of them has been in the public sector. I started my career 22 years ago at Miami-Dade County as an engineer for the Water and Sewer Department. Over the years, I was exposed and worked in different roles within the department and gained a broad experience in the operational side. I was also promoted within the department, and for my last 10 years at the county, I oversee the entire operations, maintenance, and repair of the entire Miami-Dade County wastewater and collection system. That paragraph is translated to 6,388 miles of gravity mains, 975 miles of force main, and over 300 million gallons a day of wastewater. Over the last 2 years ago, I was recruited by a former Miami County Commissioner and City Mayor of Hialeah to be their Public Works Director, Deputy Director. In the last 2 years, I was running the operations for the water, wastewater, solid waste, and water treatment plant for the entire city. I'm really happy and really humbled to be your number 1 pick tonight, and ready to serve to our community, visitors, and residents with integrity, respect, and transparency. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Oscar. So we are not going to miss a beat, and Candido and I were working on a strategy that Fernando and Oscar will be working together for 90 days for us to really have a seamless transition. So we're very, very excited about that. Throughout the years, we continue to enhance and augment our programs and bring on new programs. I just have to say that this past week was Take Your Kids to Work. We had 55 kids come, and every single one of the departments participated. And I was talking to Candido. He brought his daughter, and that's it. She will never go anywhere else or bring your kid to work day. So it was a truly remarkable team effort. And it came in the heels of 2 amazing events that we did that we started about 3 or 4 years ago, which was our tree giveaway for Arbor Day. I cannot tell you enough about our beach cleanup and for Earth Day. Has been remarkable, Mayor. I know that you brought that program forward, but again, the work of every single department director in these 2 very special events have been truly remarkable. I also want to bring forward, as you know, we're preparing for budget, working very closely with our CFO and our deputy CFO. As we anticipated, the required contribution for the police and fire pension has increased by $537,000. So the payment for next year will rise from $1.6 million to approximately $1.7 million. For your awareness, the cost is incorporated into the fire assessment fee as well as any adjustments to our BSO contract. Wanted to be transparent, and we're tracking all these expenditures and increases that are coming forward as we begin to tweak the budget and await what transpires up in the special session in Tallahassee. We're very excited about Natalie Mattis, who's working under the guidance of Nanette Rodriguez, because one of the things we always wanted to do was to continue to promote our city, promote our programs. We all know how great the Mayor on the Move has been. A couple of months ago, we brought somebody forward, and Commissioner and Coach A.J. Ryan did a tremendous video to promote our new park and our football program. We have decided to work very closely with the Historic Society to promote what's happening at the Nyberg Swanson. This is a conversation that I had with Commissioner Llewellyn. Earlier today, I was communicating with Joanna Garnett. But these videos really have become very popular for us. So we really want to let everybody know what is happening at the Nyberg Swanson and the historic significance of that building and that program. We will also going to be promoting our IT Parker Waterfront Event Center conversation that I had with Commissioner Romoli. We don't want to just call it the IT Parker Center. We want to call it the IT Parker Event Center because it's truly a truly remarkable event. So we have a tremendous game plan. We're going to incorporate more of these stories in the Pioneer and continue to work hand in hand with the Dania Beach Press. So we're very excited about that. Our commitment to proper procurement and ensuring that how we invest our money and what we do and how we do it continues to take center stage. Last week, all our senior leaders went through a tremendous procurement program and educational session, so we're very, very excited about that. We also want to let you know that we continue to enhance our Parks and Recreation programs, the level of our service. We couldn't do it without the support of the mayor, the vice mayor, and the city commission. But every single one of our summer camps are sold out. We have a waiting list for every single one of our summer camp. And that's really a testament to Cassie and Anthony and Frankie and Raphael and Kayla. Everybody's doing a terrific job. So as we look forward to the future of other parks and augmenting and expanding parks like PJ Milley, we want to do it because there's a tremendous demand for all our programs here. We also want to let you know that Chester Bird Park is in full design mode. Currently, the surveys and utility work are being carried out in the initial stage of the design. We anticipate the completion of the design and the commencement and completion of construction to occur around this time next year. So very, very excited for the folks that live in the area of College Garden that will definitely be enjoying Chester Bird Park. The demand of PJ Milley, as we have discussed, has been truly, truly amazing. And we have $4.2 million in impact fees. Those are not taxpayer dollars. Those are monies that come into a special fund for parks and for police and fire through new construction. So we're very excited to be moving forward and completing the design and then having a game plan to break ground in the near future and at least beginning with a phase one for the people that live in that area, which is our one and only active park west of 95. We received communication from Lucky Fish, the GM, regarding concerns about lighting in the evening, and immediately our deputy manager jumped on it. He went over there at night and really assessed the situation because we have to balance the safety of the patrons, but also taking into consideration that is turtle nesting, and there's requirements to ensure that we do things and we do it right. So very happy to report that even in Candido, we're working very closely with Lucky Fish. We continue to tweak some of those lights, but the installation of all the solar lights by our Public Services Department, they really did a tremendous job. And my hat goes off also to Claudio, who led this project over there in Public Services. Often I have referred to the art of passing the baton. because we can come up with great ideas and they move from one person to another. And tonight, I want to talk a little bit about the great work that Eleanor Norena, our Director of Community Development, and Corinne LaJoy, our Deputy Director of Community Development, have done. Back in 2019, when I became your mayor and I was assessing all the things that we were doing or not doing, we looked at that opportunity for art in public places. And we adopted it during 2019, and it was very exciting. And then we had to shelf it due to COVID. So we brought that back from the shelf in 2022. We passed it unanimously. Every single person in this commission, the mayor, the vice mayor, all of you have really spearheaded art in public places here in our city. And it's really made our city even more beautiful and more unique. And we couldn't have done it with just having an idea, but being able to pass the baton and be able to make that happen. The art, the sculpture, the murals, everything that we're doing in our city is truly remarkable. And I don't often talk about community development, but I really wanted to give a shout out to Eleanor and Corinne and the whole team that's here, our planners. A truly remarkable job. So as I come to the end of my tenure as your city manager, I could not be more pleased and grateful for the performance of all our department directors, our deputy directors, all our team members. They were always ready and willing to take on the baton, carrying it firmly and crossing the finish line successful. And I couldn't be more grateful, and I love you very much. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioner, always for your support. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, City Manager. And we will move on to item 5.2, City Attorney.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and staff, and everyone in the audience. I don't have a report tonight. I did just want to say that I did send out a bill update for all of you to give you the current status of the pending bills. There's some that still have not been signed by the governor, but they haven't been presented as well. And those that have passed, I've given you that information. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney, for those updates. 5.3, we have the City Clerk of reminders.
Thank you, Mayor. Your next meeting is scheduled for May 12th, which is your CRA that starts at 6 p.m. and your City Commission follows at 7. And then following that meeting, you have May 26th, your City Commission meeting at 7 p.m. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, City Clerk. And we will move on to item 6, our public safety reports. And we have our very own Captain Jason Tarala.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Attorney, City Manager, City Clerk. I'll start by just going on a somber note. Unfortunately, our city in the Broward Sheriff's Office lost a very valuable member of our team, Lieutenant Taji Parrish, who everyone here knows. He passed away, unfortunately, probably 10 days ago now. He came down with a sudden illness, and it was extremely unexpected. And unfortunately, he passed away at the hospital. So he's going to have a wake Friday night, and his services are going to be Saturday. So I will send the commission and everyone all the information tomorrow. Obviously, if you guys would like to attend, everyone is more than welcome to attend. So that's a very somber for all of us. He was such a wonderful person and a great person, and always lit up the room with a smile. So we're all hurting, and we'll leave it at that. Very sad. Today, myself, Lieutenant Romano, and Lieutenant O'Malley, we set this up in the last month. I had all of our religious leaders who could make it came to my office today. We had both of our clergy members from the Islamic centers, both of ours, as well as 6 of our rabbis from our Jewish institutions throughout the city, and as well as Rosita from the Holocaust Museum. They all came over to 4601 and met with me and my team on a private closed-door meeting, and we just went over everything going on, touched base with them to see if there was anything they needed, anything security-wise that maybe we weren't doing that they could give us feedback on, and we had a very, very, very productive meeting. I can tell you that all of our rabbis and religious leaders are very, very happy with the city of Dania Beach, our leaders, police, and just because they're happy now, it doesn't mean we don't continue going forward, but everyone's very happy. and want to continue that. So I just want to pass it on to you that everyone is very happy with the city of Dania Beach, and especially elected officials, the city manager, and all the support that they receive, especially with, unfortunately, everything going on over in Iran and the war, and there's a lot of fear, and they all say they feel very, very safe being a part of Dania Beach in their membership coming here to our religious institutions. So, absolutely. Earlier this week, over at Chesterbird Park, we continue our proactive enforcement. Deputy Rika observed an individual walking by the park, and he observed that individual sell narcotics to another individual. Deputy Rika and a backup deputy were able to arrest the individual who bought the narcotics, as well as, after a foot pursuit, arrest the individual who sold the narcotics. Both individuals were placed into custody. The one individual was charged with possession of cocaine, and the individual who sold the narcotics was placed into custody for delivery of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a park. Again, that's our continued proactive enforcement over there at Chesterbird. We're continually enforcing that every week, and hopefully we continue to get the word out to stay away from that park if you want to continue to do illegal activity. Also last week, our LPRs that have been a huge success in this city, they alerted onto a felony vehicle over at Southwest 40th Avenue on Griffin Road. This vehicle was used in the commission of several armed burglaries throughout Broward County, and it was listed as a felony vehicle. Our CST teams in our unmarked vehicle was able to follow this vehicle, and they ended up getting it over at 5000 block of State Road 7. Once Aviation and the K-9 got on scene, we were able to box the vehicle in, and we got both occupants into custody without incident. Once we got them into custody, we found multiple properties inside the vehicle that were stolen throughout Broward County, as well as that vehicle was also stolen, and they re-VIN the vehicle. So it was a re-VIN vehicle that we were able to found out that it was actually previously stolen from the city of Pembroke Pines. So again, based on our LPRs, we were able to get a very, very, very dangerous group of individuals off the streets and get them into custody and get multiple victims of their property back. And lastly, earlier this week, Deputy Reyes was conducting his continued homeless outreach, and he made contact with an individual who he has trespassed many times from different locations throughout our city. This individual was loitering at one of our bus benches. He asked this individual to leave multiple times. The individual refused, and when Deputy Reyes went to place him into custody, this individual chose to resist arrest, and after a brief struggle, he was placed into custody and taken to jail for the multiple county ordinance violations, as well as the felony for resisting arrest with violence. And that concludes my report for this week. Any questions?
Thank you, Captain, and our deepest condolences to you and the entire BSO team on your loss.
Thank you. I'll send everything out tomorrow.
We appreciate that. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then we will move on to our other safety report from our very own Chief Sergio Pellicer.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City staff, City Manager, City staff, and the great citizens of Dania Beach. I think I did a little speaking earlier, so I'm going to keep this short. During the month of March, our units were extremely busy for that month. We ran a total of 1,717 calls for service. 139 of them were fire-related, while the other 578 were medical calls. Our fire inspectors completed 60% of their assigned tasks for the year. And since our last commission meeting, our units have been doing something that's similar to Safety Saturday. So not only did we train other people, but we have to train and retrain ourselves. So we have to go through advanced cardiac life support training and basic life support training. So, but ours is a little bit more in depth, done by professionals. It takes a lot of time, and we have to test out 80% or better. So it's pretty tough. I have to go through it myself, so I'm telling you, it's kind of hard. Yeah. So our life safety educator came to the safety committee and brought some fall prevention stats and went over some education regarding falls. And last but not least, to our citizens and anybody that's listening out there, June 1st is the start of hurricane season. Please get ready. Start preparing now. Start making the plan what you're going to do in case of emergency. I urge you to get prepared now. That way, come June 1st, you're ready to go. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Great proactive advice, Chief. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. And then we will move on to the consent agenda. I'm skipping. Item 7, citizens' comments. And we have up first, if you could come and pronounce your name properly. Is it Kyrie Pozo? Please come up and state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello everyone. The name is Kyrie Pozo, just in case. I'm at 75 Park Ave West, and that is City Place next door, Dania Beach. It's good?
Yes.
Perfect. Again, the name is Kyrie Pozo. I've spoken to a few of you so far, just getting more involved in the community and wanting to do more since I live next door in the brand new, beautiful building. I'm here on behalf of an organized group of residents, and we've come together to formally raise concerns related to safety, transparency, and the quality of life at our building. We understand the property is privately owned. However, given public investment, we are looking for direction and guidance. We want to be clear, this is not about us complaining. This is about multiple attempts to work with management directly that have been unanswered. Management has shifted about 5 different property managers since the opening, which it only opened a year ago. And I was there at the grand opening with most of you, all of you. Apartments have an impact on people's housing, and that is a stepping stone for some. And for some, it is where they call home. Residents should not have to restart conversations with management because of constant change. So in response, residents have organized, and we've also even held a Zoom meeting as well as an in-person meeting, something that started with about 20 residents. We now have over 50 residents in our group chat. Our concerns span several areas: structural integrity and visible building damage. Just like he said, hurricane season is coming, and structural concerns just can't wait. There's clear cracks that have been patched, as well as other things: water intrusion near elevators, common areas, creating slip hazards, electrical risks, balcony closures with no clear plan, timeline, or even resident input, sanitation, maintenances, inconsistencies, security, safety. These all remain unaddressed. We are asking for transparency and accountability. Residents deserve clear communication and written timelines, not just promises from managers who may not be there next month. So we are here, we're willing to submit complaints, participate in code compliance, provide individual resident statements, form a petition, whatever we need to do to get our voice heard. One of the main things was about,
You can go ahead and finish up, but you need to wrap it up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. One of the main things we pretty much are asking for is, again, that clear communication. That's our goal here tonight, and we would love to work towards a goal with you guys. So that is all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kyrie. Eve, I have a question as far as, I just want to know for the public record, because it is privately owned property, what options do we and don't we have as far as legally is concerned? Because I have people who will come from other privately owned condos or apartments, and what our options are.
City Place is privately owned. So like any property that is in the city, if there's a code case, a code violation, that kind of thing that is brought to our attention, we can go and inspect and address under code citations.
Okay.
But we did get involved with the City Place as far as the construction and making sure that there was compliance with that. But as to the occupancy, as to management, that is all private.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may, I just also want to say that we went and did a structural assessment I was discussing that earlier today with our deputy city manager, because any concern is a concern for us. So we did our structural and inspectors went out there, and we could not find anything in regards to the structure. We did provide the information and all the contacts for the people at City Place. So hopefully they can come together and resolve any of the challenges. But it's a private entity, and other than construction and continued assessment, if you all report any concerns, that's what we'll always go and do an assessment and do our part to make sure that you guys are safe and sound.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are clear cracks, just in case, that have been patched up, and there still are cracks. So that's most of our concern.
Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate your
Thank you all.
coming up and bringing your concerns. Up next, we have William Jones. If you could come up and state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Vice Mayor.
We need to wait to get to the microphone,
okay.
sir. Thank you.
My name is William Jones. I live at 75 Park Avenue, same address. But the issue that's on the table is water. I'm complaining about the water, and it comes in through the elevator. So it's a lot of bad structures. So, but the main concern is the water bill. Let me understand the water bill, because as the whole year went by, the water bill came up for the whole unit, and it was charged each individual. I know I'm paying 70, and the other tenants with washer and dryer paying 180. So this water bill is real high, and I got the receipts from y'all, and it's from the whole total of the whole water bill. It's not, this is the one that may really amaze me in 2025, and this will be in 5th, which will be 3 months after the grand opening. The water bill came up to $68,000 for a unit is that small. I lived in a 4-bedroom, 4-bedroom, 3-bath before my wife died. And my water bill ain't never been $75. And I had 3 kids. So I'm kind of lost on this water bill. So I'm just not gonna keep y'all long, because I know y'all had a nice, wonderful day today, but I just think we can look into it as management, clear profit.
Thank you, sir, and I appreciate that. And you can always come to our services here up in the cashier's office, or speak to one of our managers if you feel that your bill is big, it's an exorbitant amount, and go over it, itemize, and make sure that there's not something wrong. So you can speak with one of our staff directly to go over your water bill. All right, next we are going to go with Tanisha Bernine. Tanisha, are you here? Is it? Oh, that was with the baby. Well, we'll call her back up at a later time if she is able to come back. All right, so then we will move on. The rest of the items, I believe there's anybody else here who has citizens' comments that are not for 10.2. Okay. Oh, Mr. Kirschberger. I don't have your paper. Maybe it might be buried somewhere. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Kirschberger. You can go ahead and begin. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
It's Robert Kirchgraber, Dania Beach, Florida. I'm here to address the consent agenda item that I'm disappointed in. Good evening, everyone. The Rita Crockett Beach Sports Academy, Third Amendment, is currently being placed on a consent agenda. I'm here because this item is being placed on that agenda where there is no real discussion, no transparency, and no meaningful public hearing prior to consent. And that alone should concern everyone, all residents of Dania Beach, because what appears being approved is not routine. It's a major financial restructuring of a failed private-public deal. First of all, the city already contributed something of extreme value, Frost Park. It wasn't just the use of the land, but improved land. There's usable recreation space, parking, restrooms, water, and electric infrastructure. That land was never properly valued, with a formal proposal. So from day one, the public contribution was significantly understated. This was a $500,000 project build out on public park land. The value of that land and everything on it was never properly appraised nor included in the financing from the beginning. Second, what has the private side of the deal paid for using such land? There has been no rent, no leases, no monthly payments, no events, no revenue sharing, no insurances. For years now, a private operation has been using public land for free. What have the taxpayers paid? Well over $100,000, and now you're asking to approve another $250,000. That brings total taxpayer exposure to over $350,000, plus the land, plus the ongoing maintenance costs. Where the full reconciliation of total dollars the city and taxpayers put on the project, where is that? Where is the verified proof that the Rita Crockett actually paid their 50% share of the startup build-out cost in real capital, not buried in salaries and benefits? This is it has no longer become a partnership. The city provides the land, pays the majority of the money, absorbs the ongoing costs, including insurances. The private operator controls the facility, keeps the revenue, and pays nothing for the land. This is not a private-public partnership. This is a taxpayer-funded private subsidy for what is called a nonprofit. Now let's talk about the performance of that area. Based on the observable use and records, this facility appears to be underutilized and is not meeting the expectations that were stated. So now we have a project not performing as promised, a private contribution not clearly verified and audited, and instead of accountability, the city is willing to rewrite this deal. Florida law requires public funds must serve a public purpose. Public assets cannot primarily benefit a private party.
Thank you, Mr. Kirschgraber.
I request that this be pulled from the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Kirschgraber. Appreciate it. All right, we will move on to any more citizens' comments that were not, I don't have any more up here, so if you.
Gave it to her.
What's your name? Nancy Greenberg.
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 Dr. Greenberg. Hi, how are you?
Dr. Greenberg, how are you?
I'm here
Please.
tonight to represent the residents of Dania Beach on an amendment that was addressed on April 14th here called the Smart Strategic Growth. Ironically named the Smart Strategic Growth. That was put on the agenda. We don't know how or why. It was never addressed to our issues of Dania Beach, of growth. Putting on a commercial building at the corner of Sterling and US 1, a 14 to 22 story building, is not what we signed up for, nor did we elect you for. If that is what that agenda is addressing, I'm sorry, we are not for that. I spoke to many of the residents and several said, please go tonight to address this. Now I know Joyce said I'd like to see a workshop on this, and rightfully so, while everybody just banged the gavel and said, here, here. While I believe it was Anna stating that we need the financial growth for the city, now, I laugh at that. Getting the tax money or whatever additional money we're supposed to be getting, which we should have been getting from Dania Point in the first place, or we could address the 20% raise each and every one of you received, plus a 6% additional atom each year. I don't know the last time I took a 20% increase in salary. I don't think any of the residents here can say they have either. So if we're addressing that issue to put corporate buildings here, I'm saying let's go back, revisit this, because I know that the city's residents are up in arms. They're already aggravated, at least the southeast portion, with the streets being dug up and not properly replaced by I forget the name, Rickman Contractors, okay? And they've already torn up my phone lines. They refuse to replace. They've already torn up parts of the street and replaced it with substandard concrete. The concrete is now torn up within 3 months. I spoke to the owner of the corporation, and I spoke to their foreman, not their local foreman, but their main foreman. He said, well, we only give, get this, a 6-month guarantee on the cement work. When's the last time you've seen cement work not last 6 months for the millions that we're shelling out? I think that's a little ridiculous. And I think we need to readdress whoever it was that approved this corporation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Greenberg, Ms. Nancy, Dr. Greenberg. I do appreciate your comments on that, and I will be addressing some of those directly. Sean DeRosa, please say your name and address for the record, please.
Sean DeRosa. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. We just heard the city manager state on April 14th, walking up and down US 1, that's not the best version of Dania Beach. After 7 years as the city's chief executive, that is not just commentary, it's an admission that demands accountability. So I'm asking on the record, identify 3 measurable improvements delivered to the US 1 corridor during your tenure, with dates, budgets, and documented outcomes. Provide the before and after metrics, traffic flow, flooding incidents, code enforcement outcomes, corridor cleanup, cleanliness, what specifically improved? If the corridor is still being described as falling short, why is the secret policy response increased height and density along the same corridor without meaningful community outreach, public workshops, or resident input? Because adding intensity to unresolved problems is not a solution, it's escalation. Residents have been clear. We want our neighbors and neighborhoods protected or adjacent to our residential areas. We don't want expansion of intensity into or adjacent to our residential areas. We don't want worsening flooding, traffic, noise, trash, or safety conditions. This is not about opinions, it's about results and accountability. In regards to accountability, before I close, there's one additional matter that directly impacts public trust and transparency. In March 2023, when the City Commission was considering actions related to firing our city attorney, outside counsel was brought in for that process. However, it has since become clear that this outside counsel had significant prior professional relationships with both our city manager and our city attorney, including significant past working affiliations and being listed on our own city attorney's resume as a professional reference. Those relationships were not disclosed to the City Commission on the record. No informed consents were put into the record. This raises serious concerns regarding conflict of interest, lack of full disclosure, and whether the Commission was provided truly independent legal guidance. Under fundamental principles of governmental ethics and due process, decision makers are entitled to independent, conflict-free advice, and any material relationships must be disclosed to allow informed decision-making. So the question becomes, why were these relationships not disclosed? Was the Commission provided fully independent counsel or not? Because without full transparency, the integrity of that entire process is called into question. This is not a minor issue. This goes directly to public trust in city leadership and legal processes. So I'm requesting on the record an independent outside investigation into potential conflicts of interest, disclosure failures, and whether the Commission was misled.
Thank you, Mr. DeRosa.
Just 2 more sentences, Mayor.
One.
And if any conflicts were knowingly withheld, then accountability must follow at the highest level, because transparency is not optional and trust must be supported by the facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeRosa. Next, I believe that is all of the citizens' comments at this time. Seeing none, I'm going to close the citizens' comments, and we will move on to the consent agenda. Are there any items that the commission wishes to pull from the consent agenda? I think it's gone. Or do I have a motion? Oh, my screen went blank. Hold on. Vice Mayor? Do I have a motion? Are there any polls, or do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Have a poll.
Vice Mayor?
Have a poll 8. I want to talk about a little more.
Okay. Okay, do I have Commissioner Llewellyn?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 8.8.
Okay, do I have a second? That was it. Commissioner Ramoli?
Second.
Okay. All right, Vice Mayor, let's read, Eve, if you could please read item 8.8. Oh. All in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. Okay, the consent agenda passes with the exception of item 8.8, which we will have our city attorney read.
A resolution of the City Commission authorizing a third amendment to the license agreement with Rita Crockett Beach Sports Academy to modify the payment terms, providing for conflicts and effective date. This is a Parks and Recreation item.
Vice Mayor.
Well, I didn't know if she was going to come up. You know, I did, before the residents came up and said something, which I did just want to say something to the residents. You know, you can speak your piece, but when you said it, you're not supposed to say anything more back there out of respect. I just want to make that a point, okay? And we do our best up here, and I'm going to talk about this item before you even say anything, but you don't have to emphasize and try to embarrass us up here, okay? That's my first thing. Secondly, I do like to talk about it a little bit because I'm trying to understand why we are doing this again. And maybe Cassie can explain to us what's going on, or Candida, okay? Because I'm a little confused on, I know that we're supposed to have something starting over there. I know we have a lot of money invested in it, but nothing's happened in a year's time. And I don't know why this is up here again with the terms and so on. So maybe you can explain it so the public understands it too.
Yes, absolutely, Vice Mayor. Candido Sosa Cruz, Deputy City Manager. And thank you for this opportunity to speak on this item because I do want to bring clarity and facts to it. The Rita Crockett Beach Sports Academy, it was initially approved to be a partnership between Rita Crockett and the city. The city was going to contribute $250,000. Rita Crockett built the facility itself. She invested in the city over $400,000.
Of her money?
Of her money.
Okay.
Originally, and then we were going to pay $250,000 of that.
I'm just emphasizing certain points.
Correct. Now, the original agreement was created with the criteria of operating expenditures. We were going to reimburse those. Those were all the expenditures associated with operations. What ended up happening is it was causing a lot more work on us, going over every single receipt, or every single payroll, versus what we're bringing to the table now, which is a reimbursement for the asset itself, the infrastructure, which is what's there now at Frost Park. The $250,000 investment that the city is contributing stays the same. This agreement does not change the dollar contribution. What it changes is how that can be applied to what can be contributed. So we went from operating expenditures, which is what the resident was saying we shouldn't be paying, to actual reimbursement for the infrastructure, which is what we're bringing now, which is still capped at $250,000. The city keeps the court, the city keeps the nets, the city keeps everything that has been invested in that park, except one thing, which is a separate shower, and that's stated in the agreement. So everything that Rita has invested, this, and the city stated originally that we were going to contribute, stays the same.
Okay,
So Rita has invested over $400,000. We originally said we were going to reimburse, which is our contribution, $250,
right.
and we're keeping it the same.
Okay, I understand that now. Also, I think you might need to explain to the public what it's also supposed to bring to the city as far as what the investment is.
Correct. The main goal from the city's standpoint was to create a campus, a recreation activity led by a silver medalist, an international silver medalist, and bring attention to the city that no other city in South Florida has, which is beach volleyball and beach sports. Yes, it has taken some time to build traction, but it is starting to move rapidly. Okay. Rita is close to negotiating a contract with Nova University, their volleyball team, with Florida Atlantic University, their volleyball team. She's already started to bring international players that are training at this facility, highlighting the city and making it a destination. When these individuals come to play at Frost Park, they're staying in our local hotels.
Right.
They're eating at our local restaurants. They're shopping at our local retail stores. So that was the full intention of our contribution, to attract international visitors to our city. So it's a 5-year contract. We have not finished the first year yet. The first year has been construction and marketing this volleyball complex. Starting this June, Rita starts to pay rent for this court,
okay,
for being at Frost Park.
Okay.
Because we gave her the 1 year to get everything in order. So we will be receiving rent the same way we receive rent from any other partners, Quarter Deck, Lucky Fish. We own the land,
right,
and they pay a lease to the city.
Okay, I'm aware of that. I just want the public to hear that, so they understand exactly the contradiction that may be out there on the complaint. I think we owe that to the public as well as the gentleman that presented the case to us, to make it understood. Also, the fact is, the key points behind this too is that there's a volleyball court there. That volleyball court is not just for those professionals, it's for other sports come up, kids that can put volleyball tournaments together from the schools and so on, and they can bring it to the park, and our Parks and Recreation Director will have that. And just as the other bigger events that we do in the city, you keyed a point on that it doesn't just have to necessarily be a benefit to the park, it benefits the restaurants and the hotels and so on around the city when we draw these international teams. So there's a lot more that goes on on this particular court than just the thing. And she has almost twice as much of an investment as the city does, and we still own it, and she will start paying rent coming up. So I just wanted to clarify a lot of that, so maybe some of the people understand the whole picture. Some may not like the whole thing, but I think in general, like most everything else that we have in time, like any business, it takes a year or two to go on. So
absolutely,
thank you.
Vice Mayor. One last thing, if any resident out there has any questions, they could always ask us.
Right.
They could
Well,
always ask you, and you
I'd rather
share
the
it with
questions
us.
come up and understand all of this before there's people that don't want to. I don't want the residents upset. I like them to understand completely. If there's a question at that point, then it's another story. Anyhow, with that explanation, I make a motion we pass 8.8.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I just want to thank our Deputy City Manager for giving that factual clarification of really what's happening with the courts. I have personally seen international teams from Brazil fly in from Brazil, from Italy, internationally for their tennis tournaments, and I think it's only going to grow and get even bigger. USA Volleyball just brought all of their Southeast team in all of Florida to the Rita Crockett Beach Academy, and so they are planning to come back in September. So I do know that there will be heads in the beds. This is not something she's just getting for free and doing nothing with, and I really want to thank our Deputy City Manager for clearing up the facts on that, and our Vice Mayor for clarifying that, asking those questions for clarification. Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question since we're already on the subject. When we passed the Second Amendment with Rita Crockett Beach Sport Academy, where the city maintains financial responsibility for repair replacement of the equipment, do we know what that cost has been so far since we passed that amendment?
Kathy?
Good evening. I'm Cassie Warren, Director of Parks and Recreation. So the repair and replacement of the equipment is only if it is damaged during open play time. So if it is
Public hours.
public hours, and we have not had to replace anything
Nothing.
yet during public hours.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to check in on that. Look, just to make a comment on this since we were on it, when this first came up, we were very excited about it. I'm sure maybe not everything was totally looked over, but that's why we made these amendments. And since it's there, we want to see it excel. We want to see it succeed. So obviously, we don't want it to be a financial burden on the city, but we want it to be an experience for our residents and to enhance our city. And I said it before, I'll say it again. I'd like to see it more advertised, that the availability to our residents in Dania Beach, because it's confusing on when the public can go out and use it. So to see that we've had no damage since we passed that, I would like to promote it more. Since the city owns it also, I would like to see more promotion of that beach volleyball academy, for free play. Thanks, that's all I want to say.
Sure, City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the floor. That's a very good idea. Earlier in my manager's report, I spoke about promoting the Nyberg Swanson and more of our events, what you've been able to do promoting youth football, what the mayor has done with Mayor on the Move. We would love to go and promote the program, with you guys, with Rita on the courts. But like many of you have been very successful in businesses, things just don't happen overnight. But I just want everybody to know that Rita Crockett is not just the 1984 silver medalist in the Olympics, but she's also a resident. And for me, having played volleyball, obviously not at that level, and Cassie as well, it's very exciting, the seed that we have planted. And trust me, that program is going to bloom. So I wanted to thank the commissioner, because certainly we can partner and come up with more ideas, be it on the Pioneer, our newsletter that we put out, but also through videos and more of those promotions that we've done. Thank you.
And just to add to that, City Manager, the free play for the public, in addition to the tournaments that happen there, because people have a perception that things aren't happening when, if you go there, you see these tournaments happening. So I would want to make sure that we're marketing all of the events that are happening there and let the public know that they're also welcome and when they're welcome as well. Thank you.
One last thing, Mayor, if I may.
Sure, City
There was
Attorney.
just one clarification as well. We don't pay the insurance, they do.
Thank you. Commissioner Llewellyn.
Yes, I was also going to add that I know that there are other events that take place at that location as well, not just the sporting events, but there have been some other things that Rita's been trying to do there to increase visitation to the property to see what it's about and ask questions and that sort of thing. And I know if you try to pass there on a Friday, like a Friday night, there's always something going on there, and there's a lot of people. So with that, I would like to second the motion to approve.
Thank you, Commissioner Llewellyn. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. All right, item 8.8 passes unanimously. Thank you, Commission. And we will move on to item 9, bids and requests for proposals. There are none. Item 10.1. We have our quasi-judicial and public hearing events. Eve, if you could please read item 10.1.
Before I do, on either 10.1 or 10.2, if you're going to be speaking, I'd just like to do the swearing in of anyone who would like to speak on these items. So you don't have to stand, but you could raise your right hand, please, to be sworn in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. 10.1 is a resolution of the City Commission approving the site plan and minor deviation for the applicant Dania Live 17482 LLC for the properties located at 1730 through 1766 Point Boulevard, 1731 through 1757 Point Boulevard, 101 Bryan Road, and North Compass Way within the city of Dania Beach, providing for conflicts and an effective date. This is a community development item. Before staff gives a presentation, I don't know if there have been any disclosures that need to be made on this application. If so, can you say who, what, where, when, and whether you can be impartial? And seeing none, I just want that for the record. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. The item before you tonight is for Dania Point Phase 4, and they are applying for a minor deviation and a site plan for your review. As previously mentioned, the property encompasses 4 properties between 1730 to 1757 Point Boulevard, 101 Bryan Road, and North Compass Way. All the properties are located within the planned mixed-use development, and it's the Regional Activity Center. 2 of the lots are vacant. One is a roadway, and the other one is a plaza and a commercial property. As you can see them on the map, is right across the Marriott and AC Hotel, the 2 vacant lots, and the other ones will be the roads adjacent to them. So the request before you tonight is to add on street parking on North Compass Way and the relocation of 20 trees from the east side of the north of Compass Way. And the site plan is for 2 8-story mixed-use buildings with 265 units and over 47,000 square feet of commercial, in addition to 4,000 square feet of outdoor seating. As you've known, the property has had several approvals since 2016 for the accommodations of Dania Point up to today, and this is Phase 4. The site itself is the 2 vacant parcels, as mentioned, across the hotel, and it's 4 parcels, 2 vacant lots, and the surrounding private streets. These are some of the existing conditions. To your left is the north vacant parcel, and to the right is the south vacant parcel views from the street, as well as the plaza and the existing road. So the minor deviation before you tonight is to be able to accommodate parking on-street parking, as well as the relocation of 20 trees, and overall they meet the requirement for tree and canopy. This is one of the renderings of the project, and the intent is to have connectivity between the existing garage to the north to the both buildings with a bridge, an elevated bridge. So you can see the rendering from the top. It's to the left is the garage, then there's a bridge that connects to the building to the north, then there's another bridge that connects to the building to the south. So this is the proposed site plan, and this is how it would look like. And the applicant has provided 13.13% of land for pervious area where the minimum requirement from the code is at 10%, as well as the applicant provided drainage statement demonstrating the site meets the drainage standards. In addition, the public art, the applicant is proposing 2 murals to the north of the building, and they are required to provide a separate application that is going to come forward for the Public Art Advisory Board for recommendation to the City Commission. The site plan furthers the city's land use for housing and neighborhood elements and achieving supply of housing, proposing mixed-use compact development, as well as commercialized activities that serve the residents nearby. The applicant conducted community outreach, and it was held on April 2nd, 2026 via Zoom, and there were no objections received from the community. The item also went through the DRC review, and it was reviewed on October 2025 and December 2025. And although they have outstanding conditions of approval, they are part into the resolution, and they have to be addressed prior to building permit issuance. The project itself has a budgetary impact with a rack traffic impact fee, as well as the recreation and open space, and the future commercial users will have to obtain BTRs, which also creates a good impact in our commercial value and the public art fee. Tonight, the recommendation is approval of the minor deviation as well as the site plan, provided that the remaining DRC comments are made conditions of approval of the resolution. And I'm available if you have any questions, as well as the applicant is here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Viviana. All right, this is a public hearing. Do I have anyone who wishes to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, then I will close the public. Oh, comments? You have a question, Commissioner Llewellyn? Hold on.
Question for staff, please. I know you said that there was going to be parking, that they're going to have parking in that.
Yes.
Do we know how much? Because I know right now, just for the commercial use over there, the parking is scant at times. It gets really busy over there.
So they provided some parking calculations and they demonstrated they meet the parking criteria required, provided on the garage, and as well as they're accommodating it now on North Campus Way.
Okay.
On the street.
On the street as
Yes.
well as, okay, so
Yes.
they are, but they're going to have their own parking garage or garages?
The existing parking garage will connect to the building to the north, one of the lots that is vacant, and then to connect to the building of the south. So the garage will supply the parking needs for the residential.
Just for the residential?
On both, residential and commercial.
Oh, for both, okay.
Mhm.
Oh, good, okay, thank you. Good. I was going to make a motion to.
Thank you, Commissioner Llewellyn.
I was going to make a motion to approve if.
Yeah, but you would have, hold on, let me see if Commissioner Romoli has comments.
No,
Commissioner,
I was going to go to the same or questions that Commissioner Llewellyn asked about the parking situation there. So am I understanding that the two buildings that are going to be built have no parking at all with the new build?
Not proposed because the first floor is going to be commercial and then on top is going to be residential.
So we're using existing parking right now, and which is already difficult, to say the least. I go there all the time to find parking. And so if the existing parking is to accommodate these two buildings, how many is supposedly set aside for visitors?
Yeah, they provided traffic, parking calculations as well as traffic calculations, and they demonstrated that they met the requirement for
That doesn't answer my
mixed
question,
use.
I'm sorry. I'd like to know, if you have 250 units and you have 250 parking spaces dedicated to those units for people who are renting, how many additional parking spaces are going to be there for the public who comes to visit or comes to the restaurants, to come to Dana Point, period?
I'm going to let the applicant answer that question for you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Liz Summerstein from Dennis Mealy's office, 200 East Broward Boulevard. So in the parking garage, there's going to be 245 dedicated spaces for the residential uses. The way parking is calculated for all over Dana Point, it's a cohesive number. And after this is developed, when you take into account how many spaces are needed for the commercial and for the residential, there's going to be 391 extra spaces throughout Dana Point. So this development is going to have dedicated space for the residential in addition to the increased parking that we're adding along Compass Road and as well as the remaining parking spaces that are available in Dana Point.
Okay, so the current parking as it is today, does it fill up?
In different spaces. I mean, the way that parking is calculated at Dana Point.
These two additional buildings utilizing is existing parking.
There will be the dedicated spaces for the residential uses in the garage for the residents, and then the commercial is going to be what's available in Dana Point the way the other commercial is utilized.
Okay, I'm not satisfied with that, but if you say so. I mean, I'm concerned about that, honestly. I don't see how you can build the two additional buildings and say you have enough parking when you don't have enough today.
I understand the concern. I mean, we have certain numbers. We did a parking demand study. We looked at the parking and the amount of space that's required under the city's code and our divine guidelines for parking. We exceed what's needed in Dana Point.
all right, so I have a motion and a second.
Can I?
I've already closed the public comments. It's because Commissioner Llewellyn asked a question, and so that I had closed the public comment before she asked the question. I said, does there anybody wish to speak for or against this item?
Additional information and facts brought out that the public should be able to comment on. I don't understand the problem. We have the right to come here and ask questions. You keep shutting us down.
We're not shutting you down, Mr. Kirsch. Please have a seat right now. Ms. Sommerstein, is there anything else that you want to add to this regarding the parking on this?
Thank you. I don't have anything for the parking, but I do just have one additional request for the commission. So we received the agenda and the backup, which contains the conditions of approval for this item. The applicant, there's 17 conditions of approval. We are in agreement with all of them with the exception of one that we would request commission consider modifying the condition. I just want to explain the reasoning behind it. Okay. So it's condition number 3, and I'm just going to read it because you might not have it in front of you. But it reads, applicant indicated a minimum of USGBC LEED Gold certification will be pursued. And then the second sentence is, must provide the certificate at the time of the certificate of occupancy. So there's 2 requirements to the condition. One is that the applicant indicated that their intent is to pursue LEED Gold. The second is that when we get that certificate, it needs to be provided to the city prior to the certificate of occupancy. Just kind of want to take it in reverse order. The way that the LEED certification process works is that the construction has to be completed. You have to submit all your documents. So it's infeasible to provide the certificate prior to the certificate of occupancy. So we would request revising that condition to be, we will provide the certificate essentially as soon as we have it, but it can't be prior to CO. And then the first sentence, it is the applicant's intent to go for gold certification, but there is no requirement under the city codes or our design guidelines to actually meet gold. And because LEED is a third-party process, they change their rating system all the time. We just want to make sure that the condition just reads that we will go for LEED certification, knowing that our intent is to go for gold, but when they change the point values, we don't want to have that essentially hamstring the development if for some reason we can only get silver versus gold. So we just would request those 2 modifications to the condition.
Thank you. All right.
Just one question for Eleanor and Corinne. On the dais is the revised resolution. Do you want to just point out any revisions that were done? And whether you're okay with the revision that is being proposed as to 10.3.
Thank you. So with regards to LEED, I'm fine with them not reaching the gold status, but, and we can work with the applicant and they can submit the scoring, the ranking of the scores to us prior to CO so we can ensure that they're headed in the right direction, but they're right, the obtaining the certification could happen after CO. So we're fine with that.
Thank you, Corinne. So I believe I have a motion from Commissioner Llewellyn. Did I have a second? From Commissioner Romoli, or
No, there was no second.
There was no second, so I have a motion from Commissioner Llewellyn. I have a second. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor Salvino. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. All right. Item 10.1 passes unanimously. Thank you. And now I'm going to read item 12.2 prior to reading item 10.2.
Mayor, if you'd like, I'd read the 2 together so we can hold one hearing on the 2 and then have separate votes at the end.
Perfect. Okay. Can you, Mr. DeRosa?
And have one set of comments.
But I don't want to, hold on. No. This is, we will not run this commission meeting like this. Chief, you're going to have to remove him if he, that's it. I'm not going to have that.
You didn't ask him to leave.
You have to, we're going to follow these rules and we will not have shouting out during these commission chambers. We will not shout out. Okay.
Just tell them goodbye.
Take a break.
Simulate.
Okay. You're still shouting out and you're disrespecting the rules. Yes, now you are. Yes. Let's take a break and we will reconvene in 5 minutes.
Everybody, let's go back there. Make sure all the mics are turned off. Make sure the mics are turned off.
Please note there are recordings right up here. Turn off your mic. So anything you say off the mic will still be heard.
I'm wanting coffee. Light and sweet. All right, the meeting will re-adjourn at 8:40 p.m. City Attorney, if you want to read their two items,
Yes, Mayor.
12.2 and 10.2.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. 12.2, an ordinance of the City Commission approving the application request made by Mr. Finer on behalf of 2700 Griffin Holdings LLLP, a Florida LLLP, for properties generally located at 4901 Southwest 27th Terrace and 4880 Southwest 28th Avenue in the city of Dania Beach, to rezone the properties from two residential district RD 8000 and single-family 6000 residential to planned residential development district PRD 1, subject to certain restrictions, providing for conflicts, severability, and an effective date. Also, a resolution of the City Commission approving the site plan modification submitted for 2750 Griffin Holdings LLLP and 2700 Griffin Holdings LLLP for properties located at 2750 Griffin Road, 4901 Southwest 27th Terrace, and 4880 Southwest 28th Avenue in the city of Dania Beach, providing for conflicts and effective date. These are both community development items. I did ask for everybody to be sworn in earlier. Has anybody else want to speak that was not originally sworn in the first time? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. Okay, any disclosures on this application? I believe I've seen a couple of emails that have circulated since our last hearing. So if there are any communications that you've received, please disclose those and whether you can remain impartial.
I have communicated just with the residents on this, but not with the developer, and I can remain impartial. Commissioner Llewellyn?
I have had communications with residents as well as the developer's representative, and I can remain impartial.
Thank you. Commissioner Ryan?
I've spoken to the residents about this since the last meeting. I haven't spoken to the applicant since then, so I can remain impartial. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further disclosures? Seeing none? Okay. Corinne?
Good evening, Corinne LaJoy, Deputy Director, Community Development. We are presenting both items, the second reading of the rezoning as well as the site plan for this project at the same time. Let's see, so as we know, this project is for the Griffin Living development. The main project itself is 2706 to 2705 Griffin Road. The site plan and the rezoning is for the two additional parcels located to the south of that main project on Southwest 28th Avenue and Southwest 27th Terrace. And this is the location of those properties on the screen. You can see both of those parcels are to the south of the main project, and those are the ones that are that are included in the request for the rezoning. The applicant is requesting to rezone the properties to the PRD1, which is consistent with the zoning on the main project. They're currently zoned residential, RD 8000 and RS 6000 currently. The three parcels will then be unified, and the two additional parcels will be constructed for amenities for the existing Griffin Living project, and the amenities include 18 spaces parking lot, a pool, clubhouse, dog park, and barbecue area. The proposed site plan modification does not increase the density and therefore complies with the allowable density of the site plan, and the parking requirements for the project are met. And in fact, they're adding additional parking with this, with the proposal today. Some information about the background of the project. Originally, the original project was approved in 2020. In 2021, there was a administrative approval that was made for the modification of the site plan, and that removed the parking garage. There was a parking level at the rear of the property. In 2024, a parking access agreement was recorded on the property to allow off-site parking, like shared parking agreement with the Dollar Tree just down the street where there's excess parking, and the appropriate signage was placed on the project as well, so people are aware of it. There are some open code violations on the property, but here it identifies what the violations are and how the applicant has submitted building permits to rectify those violations. However, we're not issuing those permits until the site plan is approved because they're reflected on the site plan. So once the site plan is approved, the permits will be issued and those violations will be corrected. The site plan before you today is the revised site plan. This is what was changed prior to the last meeting, which is why we continued it. These plans are provided on your dais as well, so you have the updated version of those site plans. And as you can see, the existing clubhouse is the existing single-family home. The pool is now located to the east side of that house, and a parking lot, which is brand new, is located on the west side of that house. This is the landscape plan that associated with those changes, and it largely remains unchanged. The applicant has gone out of their way to really try to accommodate and maintain most of the properties, the trees on the property, and they've been able to create the parking lot around those trees to maintain as many as possible. I do have those numbers written down real quick. 1 is being relocated. 12 are remaining in place, and 9 will be removed or in the process of being removed today. And so there are mitigation fees associated with those removals that are part of the site plan application as well. This is the conditions of the existing property on Southwest 28th Avenue, and these are the conditions on Southwest 27th Terrace. This is the home that will be maintained and turned into the clubhouse. The applicant's provided stormwater management report, and the site plan modification identifies 50% of the land as pervious area, which meets the minimum pervious area requirements identified in the land development regulations. They're also required to meet 5 of the green building practices, which they will be doing, and it's a condition of approval. The application has been identified to meet the city's comprehensive plan in terms of objective 1.1.1, goal 2.1, and objective 2.1.1. The approval of the site plan modification will have no budgetary impact to the city. There will be no impact fees associated with it because they're not constructing the residential units. Those were already constructed under the first phase of the project. Community outreach. The applicant has held community outreach meetings starting in January. That was held at PJ Mealy. They've had subsequent community outreach meetings in March. They had back-to-back meetings in March. I'm not aware of any community outreach meetings since the previous meeting where the plans were significantly changed, but we continue to encourage the applicant and the residents to speak to each other as concerns continue to arise. The Planning and Zoning Board heard this item in January, and they continued it to February. That's when they recommended denial of the application of the rezoning application to the City Commission. February 24th, the City Commission voted to continue first reading to March. In March, the Commission voted to approve the item on first reading. March 24th is when the second reading of the rezoning was continued along with the site plan because the plans had changed like the day before. So you guys gave us enough time to run the project through Development Review Committee and do that technical review, which we've been able to do since then. At this time, Community Development has reviewed the site plan modification and the rezoning application and confirmed that it's consistent with the criteria in the Land Development Code, provided all of the conditions of approval on the site plan are addressed. Staff, therefore, supports the site plan modification and rezoning applications and requests the City Commission approve both, provided the site plan is approved with the conditions of approval identified in the resolution. And with that, I know the applicant is available if you have any questions, and staff's available if you have questions of staff as well.
Thank you, Corinne. This is a public hearing. I know the applicant wishes to speak. Mr. Finer, please come up and state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Rod Finer, I'm an attorney with Coker and Finer, 1133 Southeast 4th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale. If you could key up the PowerPoint while we're waiting. I will just say, since we have a lovely court reporter here, I just want to get a couple of things on the record first so I can do my job and earn those 3 little letters after my name. I'd just like to confirm that the staff report is part of the record, if that could be just confirmed.
That is correct.
Okay, and then I'd like to incorporate the testimonies from the last hearing into this item as well. The progress.
Absolutely, as well as on the dais, we have the plans that were placed there as.
Perfect.
Yes.
Great. Okay. With that being said, thank you all. Now all that jargon is out of the way. I will say, just in real brief, while there hasn't been a subsequent public participation meeting, there have been email exchanges between my office and the residents where we've done that, where I believe all of you are copied on those. So I just wanted to do that. With that being said, staff has done an excellent job on the summary of this, so I am not going to repeat a lot of what they said. I do just want to, first of all, I want to take the privilege of thanking staff on this. So what they did was they modified their DRC review with a short time frame to go through what we submitted with the site plan, with the engineering and stormwater calculations. They were able to do it. The reason why you see 55 conditions as this, which I know is not normal, is because a lot of those are minor, what we call in the DRC process, tier 2 comments, which don't really impact anything. They don't require variances. They don't do anything like that. But they're conditions that normally would be reflected through a revision of a second DRC meeting or something like that. But because this was continued to a time certain, that's why those conditions are there. We've read all the conditions. We agree with all the conditions. All those conditions can be implemented as part of the building permit process or a final site plan review before we move to building permit process. So I just want to say that we are okay with all those conditions. With that being said, as staff showed, these are the 2 parcels that are subject of the rezoning. They will be part of the Griffin Living development through a recorded, which has been reviewed already and approved by your city attorney's office, a reviewed and recorded declaration of restrictive covenants in lieu of unity of title, and that's just done for financing and ownership purposes, why we did it that way instead of a unity of title. With that being said, this is the new site plan. It is substantially different from the site plan you saw when we came up on first reading. These changes were made after discussions with the residents, even at the suggestion of a resident, and we went through substantial redesign, incurred the cost, and did all that to do that. Some of the key elements are, originally the clubhouse was adjacent to 27th Avenue. You had that little parking lot that was there. That caused some traffic issues and concerns of the residents with parking. What we've done now is we've flipped the location of the pool, so it is now east of where the clubhouse is, the old single-family home. That area that is parking or illegally constructed little area that's there, that's being removed because that's where the pool is going, and then you have the dog park further to the west of it with a full landscape barrier along 27th. That avoids the traffic that's going there. It avoids the parking that was going there. That resolves a lot of the concerns that were ongoing that the residents raised to us about that. As a matter of fact, because there's no way of ingress and egress there or anything else, this change does that. The residents also complained, even though we did the parking agreement with the neighboring dollar store, they complained about a lack of parking. And as a matter of fact, some of you said even though we met code with parking, we had expressed concerns with parking. What we've done is we put 18 parking spaces now on there where they use the same entrance, but you come in and you can then park there. We made sure it is consistent with the fire department, so it's fire department can access this. They had no problems with it from a public safety perspective. What we've also done, as what you heard, is we've done landscaping, and Corinne went through the landscaping pretty extensively and how we have done a lot of the landscaping with a buffer between the southern property boundary and the other residential adjacent to us, along with, I'd just like to point out, the 10-foot landscape buffer along 27th Terrace that you can see right there. That's now full landscaping that goes the entire length of the property. There's also, we've tried to preserve the trees that are along 28th. This is the photometric plan. I bring that out now, and you have that up there because some of the residents in our discussion had raised questions about the lighting. Your code requires that there be 0.1 is what I think it is, or 0.0 foot candles, which is level of brightness at the property boundaries. This meets with all that. So though we did install some additional lights because you had to from the parking lot from a public safety perspective, those lights don't spill over outside the property. So we still satisfy public safety, but we're not causing any light intrusion into the residential properties. And then In addition to all that, we had said to the residents at one time and at the last hearing that we had agreed to 5 additional conditions, and we've agreed to those conditions, and we would suggest that these 4 conditions be incorporated into the additional 55 conditions that staff has suggested, and that's why I put them up here for you all to see. And they are, and this follows through with what we had done on the site plan amendment, that the clubhouse building will not use residential trash pickup. There's actually no way to wheel the garbage can out to the street anymore with the landscape buffer and everything. So we will police that, and our property maintenance crew and everything else will collect from the garbage that's there and move it to the main Griffin Living dumpster for any garbage that gets generated by the clubhouse. We've also agreed at the northeast corner of the Griffin Living building, it's sort of at the Griffin intersection of Griffin and 27th. If you look, there's in the corner of the property, it looks like either some people illegally parked there at times or did something. So to stop that illegal parking that was going on there, we've agreed that we will install bollards, the concrete poles, and additionally put landscaping around that. We'll coordinate with staff as we go through the building permit process or the final site plan modification to incorporate that to make sure we comply still with site triangle requirements and everything else. We may need to put some landscaping in the public right of way if it doesn't work, but we will do our best not to, but we'll do that to accommodate that. The other thing that we agreed to do is we will also apply for a permit. Again, it will meet code. We'll coordinate with staff. A sign along 28th and Griffin Road that says Griffin Living, enter here, or something to that effect, traffic here, or something to that effect. We'll work with staff on the actual wording of the sign one way or the other. And the reason we did that is we've heard from several of the residents that the problem is Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, DoorDash or someone else, they miss the entrance to the project on 28th, and what they do is they go on to 27th, they stop in the middle of 27th, they cut through the landscaping. So the landscaping will be filled out along 27th, but we're really trying to stop that. And why we've told the residents that, what they're supposed to do and give special instructions when they do all that type of stuff, and why we've emailed DoorDash and Uber of how to enter the property. A lot of times I don't know if they're implementing that or doing anything. So what we're trying to do is stop that from happening by doing one of those minor, I would call it a type of directional sign. It's not going to be a big Griffin Living sign. It's just going to be something that we can do that sort of clues in those Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, or whatever, to turn here for the Griffin Living project. And again, we did that as an accommodation to the residents to try and address their concerns, because we don't really control Uber or Lyft or anything else, but we still heard what they said and we wanted to do that. And the last thing we did is some of the residents who in the residential property who are near the rear of our property expressed concerns whether the concrete wall and the landscaping that we're installing would be enough of a buffer. So what we've agreed to do is we've agreed to install more mature trees at time of landscaping. And what they are is, and I don't know of a better way to say this, but staff can get the intent from how we do this, one more significant grade. So for instance, if standard is like a 24-foot-inch, shrub on hedge or whatever, and the next size up you can buy is a 28-inch or 30-inch, we'll buy the next size up so they're more mature at planting, provides more of a buffer originally at the time of planting, and those will still grow as everything else would still grow, but at least it's where there's more of a buffer at the initial time of planting. And again, we did that in response to some of the concerns addressed by the residents. And again, I just want to stress that these are all amenities that are being put in. There's no new units being put in. There's no additional traffic being generated by any of this one way or the other. And the building is a clubhouse. But we heard what the residents did in the redesign, with especially on 27th, which a lot of the residents complained at. We think we've eliminated a lot of what their concerns would be by what this improvement does. And with that, we're happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Finer. I have several people who have submitted requests to speak. Alina Llanes. Please come up and state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Alina Llanes. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to remind everyone as to why I keep missing work to come here. My name is Alina, and I live on Southwest 27th Terrace, Dania Beach. I moved here in 2012. Since the Cush building was constructed, my quality of life has declined. I have dealt with parking, people parking in my driveway, entering my driveway, and in multiple locations I've had to require police intervention. Flooding has also worsened in the months since Cush was erected. Rain levels rose higher than ever in my 14 years there. Water that once drained towards Griffin now drains towards my home. My pond overflowed and the water reaches my steps. Safety is another major concern. 27th Terrace is a lane road, yet cars continue to park in the entrance, creating dangerous blind spots. There has been fender benders, and on one occasion, people that were told not to park there have treated us really badly, and someone in one of our residents was attacked, and that's all in police records. I constantly see people drunk coming out of Puya's bar. Turning onto State Road 18 is a daily hazard. The Cush building does not provide adequate parking for its residents and clients simultaneously, much less inviting non-residents to participate in events and park along our streets. As a result, cars and trucks with no park there, there's no signage, nothing to tell them, no stopping, nothing. All this time that we've been coming here, nothing has happened. There's nothing to tell them not to park there. As a matter of fact, when we had a meeting at Puya, I called out, there was a truck parked right in front of that bar, and I said, that truck is parked there, you guys are not saying anything. And the manager just looked at me and says, what do you want me to do? And I said, yeah, tell them not to park there, because there are no signs that says no parking. So while there's no signs, it's gonna continue. Despite multiple complaints, management continues to act first and deal with consequences later. And I really fear that after everything is approved and done, whatever continues to happen will happen, and I will have no recourses and nowhere to go to complain or to ask for something to remedy the problem. Right after our last meeting, there was an event that backed up the traffic along Griffin Road. They had a food distribution event. And I couldn't even get into my own street.
Thank you, Ms. Llanes. Now, we have received the pictures and videos. I just want to let everybody know for the record that the commission has received videos and pictures of the event and the food distribution. So I want you to know that we are aware of that, and I'm putting that on the record. But
I feel like they are being deceitful in the way they are presenting things to you and the way that it's happening, right after they leave here. It is deceitful. And I urge you to please vote with your conscience, because we're there for decades. And this is an apartment hotel that's being advertised as a hotel.
Thank you, Ms.
With
Llanes.
transient people. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Up next, we have Miss Shandy Christie. Shandy, or maybe Shandy or Shandy? She's right here. Okay, yeah. Cute.
Hi. Hi, my name is Chandani Chisti. I live at 5105 Southwest 27th Terrace. I'm here to present some red flags that should be considered regarding Griffin Holdings. One, the drainage plan was not approved. The city memo plainly states, quote, the engineering reviewer did not approve the drainage plan submitted. That is a huge red flag. Why would the commission be asked to approve a site plan before the stormwater or flooding plan is accepted? Two, staff are recommending approval provided the remaining DRC comments become conditions and are addressed before building permit issuance. That means we are being asked to accept approval first and just fixes later. Why would we believe this would happen when the flooding issues created with the 2,700 development were not addressed or resolved. 3, engineering condition number 23 states, quote, off-site discharge is prohibited. C112 is not approved. It also states the property line and edge of sidewalk must become a high point or ridge so runoff is captured on site. That is not minor wording. It means the submitted grading or drainage design was not acceptable. 4, engineering specifically flags both the northwest and southwest corner, requiring high points and ridges and swales to prevent runoff from leaving the site. We have shown you videos of dirty runoff from the 2700 landscape swales that already flood 27 Terrace on the east side. 5, the proposal adds an 18-space parking lot, pool, clubhouse, dog park, barbecue area, and connecting pavement and amenities. Staff acknowledged the plan modifies residential parcels into accessory facilities for the larger Griffin Living project. But where did the retention pond go? More hard surface means less natural absorption unless the drainage system is fully proven. 6, the city admits residents already raised concerns about parking spillovers, delivery truck blockages, speeding, trash, flooding, noise, and future redevelopment. These are not hypothetical issues. They are already on the record with photographic evidence, items that put our safety at risk and have not been resolved. 7, the Planning and Zoning Board voted 4-1 to recommend denial of the rezoning. That is not just some neighbors objecting. The city's own advisory board already rejected it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Okay, thank you, Miss Christine. Great job getting through that. Next up, we have Mr. Kevin P. Finger. Please come up and state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. 5117 Southwest 28th Avenue, down the street from the Behemoth. Continuing with the numbered points, number 8, the commissioners are being asked to approve now and correct later. The rezoning parcels include open code violations, work without permit, operating a commercial business from a residential home, driveway, PVC fence, AC issues, a canceled after the fact driveway permit, and an expired fence permit. How does that earn trust for a fix later clause or more privilege? The fix it later clause protects the developer and puts us at continued risk. The condition states if construction causes adverse drainage effects, the owner must address neighbor concerns before certificate of occupancy. Why would anyone trust this to happen? Why are we being asked to wait until the problem happens? Flooding prevention should be proven before approval, not corrected after we are impacted. The city's own record states the engineering reviewer did not approve the drainage plan. Offsite discharge is prohibited. Sheet C112 is not approved. Sidewalk drainage is not approved, and the applicant still must revise grading. Runoff direction, swales, elevations, storm pipe details, previous paver specifications, and agency approvals. This is not a complete flood protection record. The commission should not approve this rezoning or site plan modification until the drainage plan is fully approved, signed, sealed, publicly available, and independently verified to protect surrounding homes. We are relying on the commission to do what is right, support the residents, and deny rezoning until proper, completed, approved plans are submitted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Finger. Ms. Jennifer Stewart, please come up and state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Jennifer Stewart, 4891 Southwest 28th Avenue. And I do appreciate the changes that the developer has made so far, and I thank the commission for pushing them. But change made only because they're required doesn't really feel genuine. Regarding the new plans, I made my concerns known via email. All of you were copied around the lighting, landscaping buffer size, specifically on the 28th Avenue side, and then the drivers stopping in the traffic lanes on Southwest 28th Avenue, not pulling into the parking lot. Nothing's been answered yet. I hear your comment about the candle lighting, but I'm concerned about the larger poles, which I mentioned, because I see the lights on the current property and how much they spill over into the surrounding area, and I see that coming into my lots. So I haven't heard any of those answered yet. I'm asking you not to approve this site plan and rezoning tonight. There's still too many unresolved issues, and based on past experience, I can't support it yet. I understand this process has been frustrating and costly for the developer, but if he had built trust, listened, and respected neighbors, we wouldn't be here today. We're not against change. We're asking for accountability and follow through, and our concerns have repeatedly been minimized. Real changes only seem to happen after pressure from residents and then the commission. I've shared detailed concerns that cause lack of trust in emails in previous public comments, so I'll highlight just a few tonight. Griffin Living was positioned as a one-bedroom apartment building, yet more than a quarter of the units are now operating as two-bedroom short-term rental units. It's been said that the May 2025 event was a one-time thing, and the building on 27 Terrace is not a synagogue, yet we continue to show you proof, just as of just a couple days ago, that it's still being operated and there are daily prayer meetings. And as Alina mentioned earlier, just the day after the last commission meeting where we were here together, there was a food distribution event happening on that property. And then there's a longstanding parking problems that were only addressed after repeated complaints and then finally formal action. I supported this project when it was first proposed, I think it was back in 2020, but I can't support broken promises, lack of transparency, and a pattern of reacting only after intervention. So please show respect tonight for the neighborhood and the residents who live with these impacts every day. We're simply asking for accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Next, we will have Ms. Kirsty Forgy. If you would come up and please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Commissioners, Kirsty Forgy, 5111 Southwest 27th Terrace. Good evening, Commissioners. Even though our intention was to work with the city so we could avoid being here today, unfortunately this didn't happen. Not because of our lack of trying, but because of the lack of response from the city. This now makes sense, seeing the community development memo that suggests approval of the rezoning, even though the city's own engineers have not approved the submitted plans for many reasons, but mainly flooding concerns, which supports one of our major issues. One of your city planners, Jessica, responded to our email and suggested we meet with the developer. These items we are concerned about require city input. We have explained our reasoning, and yet our concerns are still not being addressed. We have requested dimmer lights for the new parking area, as it will directly impact neighboring properties. The city's response is the developer's plan meets code. Dimmer lights would also meet code and would help the surrounding neighbors. The city can ensure this happens, yet they defer to the developer rather than helping the community residents. One of the reasons the engineer has not approved the site plans is because the edge of the property should have high points to prevent runoff. We have shown video evidence of flooding off the illegal slab, but also flowing from the 2700 property. The developer claims 2700 property meets code, and yet it floods our street because the landscape swales slope down from the raised property to the street. What assurances do we have that this will not continue to occur from either the existing landscaping or the new proposed site? The city memo states that the rezoning will have no budgetary impact on the city, but if this issue is not resolved and the development continues to flood 27th, the city could have to install drainage systems in an area that never flooded previously. We are told this is a pilot plan with a building directly on Griffin and the car park behind. The idea of a pilot program is to assess the results and resolve any issues that are identified. We have identified numerous issues that compromise our safety and have come up with resolutions, but they fall on deaf ears. To prevent illegal parking on 27th, we have suggested a directional sign. The developer has agreed to this, but just wants to put Griffin Living on the sign. Frankly, he might as well put PB&J or mac and cheese on the sign. When someone's looking for UPS, they don't care about Griffin Living. It doesn't mean anything to them. They are looking for UPS. The sign needs to include all the business names and simply 2700. While the bollards and landscaping at the entrance to 27th will help stop people parking in that spot, this will not stop people parking down 27th, abandoning their vehicles and cutting through the vegetation. The only thing to stop that happening is the chain link fence we have suggested. Again, these are things the city can ensure happen in order to protect our safety, and yet our concerns continue to fall on deaf ears. We implore you to deny the rezoning until the developer has approved site and drainage plans. You can also protect our safety by ensuring the issues we have highlighted are addressed and resolved. We're relying on you to do the right thing and support your residents. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Forking. All right, and next we have Mr. Coleman Ryan. Please come and state your name and address for the record, please.
Coleman Ryan, 348 South Federal Highway in Dania Beach. Good evening, Commission. With recent property sales, new businesses opening, projects completing, and a park revamp on the way, it's safe to say Griffin Road has development in its future. My concern with the proposition tonight is setting a bad precedent for these future projects. Granting a zoning change when property has current violations should never be allowed. This isn't coming from a resident attempting to back permit his shed because they were not aware it was needed. This is coming from a professional developer with multiple projects in our city, constructing without permits because you can't receive one for a commercial-sized driveway in a residential neighborhood. Not to mention the business without a BTR that was closed, but luckily they are not part of the new project plans. What is part of the new project plan is a pool where that commercial-sized driveway currently sits. I asked the Commission tonight to stand up against violators and to not allow developers to assume they can build first and rectify it later. The driveway will have to be removed for the pool regardless, and the fence can be removed, stored on site, and reinstalled after the zoning approval and proper permit process. I understand this is inconvenient, but unfortunately, conveniency cannot be expected when the rules are broken. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman Ryan. And who is next? Miss Nancy Greenberg.
Good evening again, Dr. Greenberg here. As you've already heard, numerous complaints about drainage issues that were never approved by the engineer. They have multiple issues and multiple permits that are with violations that are still outstanding. Look, I'm a great proponent of do now and ask for forgiveness later. But when it affects many, many, many residents, as it does here, in a negative impact, that's a no-no, okay? And in this sense, what I am also trying to say, when you have to go out of your way to incentivize, illegally incentivize, the neighbors surrounding this quote-unquote clubhouse, that they have full use if they vote for it and don't come up against it, that's illegal. That's coercion in a different type of sense. And it's completely illegal. Unless you're going to do it with the entire city and tell them, hey, everybody has use of this clubhouse. You have no right or any, and there are multiple emails showing this. So the way this developer's operating is very underhanded from everyone that I've heard and what I've seen so far. So in your conscience, I don't see how you can possibly vote for this to go on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Greenberg. Mr. Kirschberger, did you want to speak on this item as well?
Thank you, Mayor.
I believe we all have one now, Mr. Kirschberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and Dania Beach residents. What I'm about to put into the record is not an opinion. It is documented evidence. In this case, the applicant's own attorney, Rod Feiner, put in writing to the city planner, Jessica McKay, that approximately 10 homes within 500 feet of this project would be granted access to the private clubhouse, pool, and dog park. That is not a planning concept. That is a thing of value being offered in writing. And it was also offered during an active rezoning and site approval plan. Under Florida law, Board of County Commissioners v. Snyder and City of Dania Beach v. Valiant, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, which means your decision must be based only on competent, substantial evidence in the public record, not side deals, not selective benefits, and not off-the-record inducements. But this is exactly what we have. A documented, written offer of a private benefit to a small hand-picked group of residents while this application is pending. That contaminates the process. It taints the fairness of this hearing, and it raises serious legal questions. Were neighbors being offered something of value to influence opposition or silence concerns? Because if the answer is even possibly yes, or the granting, then there is this entire proceeding is now compromised and contaminated. This is not how zoning decisions are allowed to happen in Florida. It also creates an equal protection problem. Why do 10 homes get access to private amenities while every other resident in the city gets nothing? And with that, I close my comment. I ask that it be entered into the record with the email that was provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirschgraber. And I believe that is all the comments that I have from the public. Do I have anybody else who wishes to speak on item 12.2? Seeing none, I will close the public comments, and when the public comments are closed, they will not be reopened. Thank you. Do I have any discussion or motion from the commission? Commissioner Romoli.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Feiner, I had written down when you had indicated that 27th would have additional landscaping where the pool is now going to be. But in my mind, I was thinking that's still not going to prevent people from parking, I believe, or possibly parking on 27th and walking through the vegetation. And I think one of the residents brought that up about a chain link fence. I'm not sure who did, but in my mind, I was thinking that we could go to the extent a little bit more to make that more, to prevent people from enticing them to cross over, to close that off completely, because it doesn't matter how much shrubbery you put in there, people are going to find a way out.
A black vinyl chain link fence along that line of 27th is perfectly acceptable. We can add that as a condition.
All right, that was, and let's see, there was one other thing. And on the dimming of the lights, is that a solution that you all, I know.
Honestly, we believe it to be a red herring. Your code requires foot candles, and by signed, sealed, engineered photometric drawings, which show what the spillover would be and where it would be. And the lights we're doing here comply with code that way and are consistent 100% with code.
I know
you have a
complies
zero
with
at
the
the
code,
boundary.
But can we do anything to make it better? Even there's always things that we can comply with code with.
So there's,
but that's just that's the bare minimum.
So
what can we do to make it better?
Negatively impact public safety, and we'd have to run the photometrics. Okay. We could place what we've done in the past, what I've done with other clients in the past is you can place a shield within the light that on the side of the street or whatever else, so it directs the light onto the property boundary, but might stop, even though we have negative spillover, it might stop that glare. We can put those shields in those lights as well.
Okay, all right.
But putting something like you get on the beach with a low density light or something like that, especially in a parking lot over that would create actually more negligent security problems than anything else.
Okay, and I guess that's my question is how
we could maybe shield the lights.
Modify it to the point where it's not a public safety?
Yes, we could shield the lights along the 28th Terrace and 27th Terrace property so that it directs the lights onto the property.
Okay, so then I hear we are going to make a commitment then for a chain link fence?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Black vinyl chain link fence because it's indistinguishable. I
And
think
with the same foliage, with the same plant material that you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay.
I understand the concept of what's trying to be done.
All right,
Yes,
perfect.
that's
Thank
fine.
you.
Is that it, Commissioner Romoli? Thank you. Commissioner Llewellyn?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. A few questions. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think our city attorney, because these are conditions upon approval, they can't really do anything unless they meet these conditions, correct?
That's correct. They can't get a CO and they can't use the property unless they're compliant.
Right, and all of that gets verified before any permits are issued or a CO is issued or anything like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And drainage issues, that neighborhood's had issues with drainage for years. And I can say that because I know we have a very large infrastructure project that we are in the process of designing right now, I believe, by PJ Mealy Park. Is that correct, our city manager?
Yes.
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 Yes. And I know people that live over there as well who have called me on a regular basis every time that there is a flooding problem over there. And it is a low-lying area, so there have been problems with that for a long time. Maybe not exactly where it is right now, but every time there is any kind of change, that's what happens sometimes. The water does move to different places, but there's always been a problem over there. It seems to me that most of the complaints that people are raising are not necessarily with regard specifically to the amenities that are being proposed here tonight. They are more related to the building itself that already exists. And complaints about parking, people that are frequenting it, people that are coming and going, that sort of thing. And I know there was some talk about the sign, and Mr. Feiner, just briefly, you have not determined exactly what the sign is going to say as far as directing people?
Correct. We will work with staff on that. I have, what we don't want to do is do something that is contrary to code. So having a directional sign or something is what I think would be compliant with code without doing, I heard what the resident said when she was up here about putting UPS and, what we would call a tenant sign like that. I don't believe that meets code. So we'll work with staff to come up with the appropriate wording on something that they believe would work that. They've been here as well. They know what the goal to do that is, and we'll work with doing that so we're compliant with code while still working with them to do that. And it might not say Drifting Living. It might just say a big 2700 to 2750 or something like that with an arrow here or something. But we'll work with staff on what they think would work best to do that.
Okay, and that is something that you're still working on. It's not finalized. That's
Correct.
part of the reason. This was an expedited DRC review, and that is the reason why there's so many things that are still outstanding.
Correct.
Right.
And I would just add, if I could, the drainage comments are very simple fixes. It's fix the grade, do this, and just to address the city, while our engineer will do that, that is addressed and reviewed. Before we can even get permits or do anything, it's reviewed by your city engineering staff who made those comments as well. And then during the construction of that, your city building department with the city engineering staff comes out and inspects all of that
Right.
before they issue COs or do anything. I just wanted to clarify
Before
that.
you sit down, because I know you can answer this, because we were both there when this building was approved. This building was approved back in 2020, I'm sorry, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in addition to a planning and zoning meeting and 2 commission meetings, you all had resident community meetings as well, correct?
About 10 to 12. I think for 2 or 3 months, we held them out in the parking lot where the old Mexican restaurant used to be under tents and everything else every day for 10 weeks.
And I went to most of those meetings. I think there was one that I missed. There were a lot of neighbors that came, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you notify the entire neighborhood on Southwest 27th and Southwest 28th?
Yes, ma'am. And we sent these notices again to everyone within a 500-foot radius of this project.
Okay, because I remember going to those meetings and I saw a lot of people from the neighborhood who were there, and I think you had engineers there, you had architects, you had the developer, you were there. And everybody had an opportunity to ask questions and make changes and make suggestions, and there were compromises made then as well, correct?
Yes, ma'am. As a matter of fact, one of the site plan amendments that we did after we came before you was reducing the height of the building in response to some of those comments and getting rid of the parking garage because they were worried about lights coming down out of the parking garage.
And those changes were all made?
Correct.
Right? Based upon resident comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Llewellyn. Commissioner Ryan.
Thanks, Mayor. You have a couple questions for a couple different parties here, from the applicant to our staff to, possibly the city attorney. I'll start with Mr. Finer. When it comes to the trees, I know that you guys have mitigation for the trees, and I think you have $44,000 set aside for tree mitigation, and one of the trees you're moving. And I know that there are some live oaks on the property, and then there's also old palm trees. And so I just wanted clarification on what trees you were moving and like how you're doing that mitigation, because it was unclear to me on the plans that I saw.
So I will say I am not sure what trees are being removed or not. Maybe you could ask staff, but there is a set, in terms of relocating the trees, those happened under the guise of an arborist by us and your city arborist, who is responsible for watching the relocation. It has to be planted. There's a root barrier that's put down. It's staked out to make sure no construction occurs by it or anything, so the tree will survive when it's moved. There's a set procedure that has to be followed. It's supervised by not only an arborist by us, but also a city arborist who we have to come out and watch how all that happens. And then we have to make sure that the appropriate guides are done around it and everything else. As to what trees are being saved versus not, we try to save most of the live oaks that are on the property. There may be one or two, I think, that were being removed, but I'll defer to staff on that. With residents' desire for the parking lot and be able to fit the parking lot with be able to accommodate the fire truck, I think something like that may have happened, but I'm sorry, I'm just not exactly sure about that.
Okay, yeah, I just want more clarification on that, and I know that, the live oaks are protected, and there's specific laws and ordinance that we have to follow, and I also know when it comes to moving a tree, especially live oak, like you said, that's quite a process, and it's definitely expensive, and $44,000 doesn't look like the correct expense. I'm not an expert on it, but just from what I've seen around Broward County, I just want more clarification on that and protecting our live oak trees, especially in that neighborhood.
Well, in the protection of the trees, I will also say the mitigation is also based upon, and again, this is reviewed by your city arborist as well. It's based on the age of the tree, the condition of the tree, and the type of tree it is. So all that goes into finding what the numbers are on what the mitigation is.
Has our city arborist been out there? Okay. Do you guys have an update for me on that? Thank you, Mr. Finer. Appreciate it.
Looking at the landscape plan, I can tell you that there were 12 trees remaining. Of those 12, just doing a quick review, it looks like 6 of those are the live oaks. That are remaining. The one that will be relocated is a sea grape.
A sea grape? Okay. And then what are the ones that are being removed outright? It's the palms?
Royal palm, weeping figs, Christmas palm, areca palm.
Okay.
Mango tree. There's one mango tree and a couple to be removed, but a couple mango trees are remaining as well.
Okay. Well, yeah, and none of those trees are protected like the live oak trees. So that was my biggest question. And since you're up here, Corinne, when it comes to changing the zoning from residential to commercial, for their type of use, can they technically operate a place of worship within that zoning that we're going to change it to?
It's being changed to PRD, and I don't know off the top of my head if a place of worship is identified as a permitted use because there's a lot of our LUPA regulations protecting places of worship, but the site plan shows that as a clubhouse. So if it were a place of worship, it'd be in violation of a site plan should that be approved tonight.
That would be in violation of the site
Yes.
plan? Okay. If it was a place of worship, all right.
Just to be
But technically
further
it's a prayer.
clarity, even in a single-family home, you can have prayer
Yeah,
circles.
prayer circle, yeah.
So from what I understand, this is a type of prayer circle, so we would not be able to prohibit that type of use within a community center.
Well, so what's the definition technically of a place of worship versus a prayer circle? Does a place of worship have some sort of specific designation or license?
I'd have to look through the code to see what our code requires. If you want to give me a minute, I can look it up.
Okay.
But basically, it's a much more rigid requirement. It can't be, a place of worship is, you think of it, that's a primary use.
Yeah.
And this is an occasional use for the prayer purpose. And if they're violating that, then we can proceed with an action.
And so with PLD, you cannot, just to clarify, you cannot have a place of worship in PLD.
I can actually testify that, Commissioner Ryan. I helped write the PRD one mixed-use ordinance with Mark LaFerriere at the time. House of worship is not a permitted use in the PRD one. And just to piggyback on what he was saying, this is not a synagogue. It is occasionally they hold morning prayer there by a rabbi who lives in this, and he invites some people there. But I want to be clear on that. No membership fees are charged. There's not a membership there. There's nothing else like that that goes on there. And it's not the primary use. And as a matter of fact, it's going to reverting. It will be under these plans a clubhouse, primarily to serve the pool. That's why it's going to be adjacent to the pool.
Okay. Okay. Well, I just want to clarify that also for future understanding as well. And when it comes to the unpermitted work that we have, Corinne, specifically the driveway and the fence. I think those are the only two things that are unpermitted anyways, right? Have we ever done this before? Have we ever changed the zoning while there's existing unpermitted work on a property? Have we ever had a situation like this before?
So I don't know the answer for a rezoning, but we have done it whereby for a site plan or we granted variances when they've had a violation and the approval would allow them to move forward to cure the violation. We have done it for that.
So they were asking for a variance while they had a violation?
Yes.
To cure the violation?
Yes.
But it wasn't a changing of zoning though, right? It was
correct. No, I can think of a house near the old fire station out on 31st, and he built a 6-foot-high fence in the front yard, and it was a reconstruction, and he had an open violation, but we allowed it to go forward because if the variance was granted, then the 6-foot fence could remain. So conditions like that.
Well, that wasn't changing the zoning though. Okay, that was a variance. Okay,
Yeah.
That's understandable. And that's, all right, that's the example that you could bring up in recent time from when you've been here for a while. But
I have. Sometimes it gets fuzzy.
Yeah.
About the memory. Yeah.
Okay, those are my questions, and Eve, if you came up with any update or anything, anytime, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. I do want to follow up really quickly before I let the Vice Mayor, that the videos and the pictures that we've seen, it clearly is a regular occurrence of the community coming to visit this clubhouse, and it does seem that it is a violation of the site plan you have. I did also see, and I don't know, there's a $36 flyer that's also attached to this, so money is being exchanged for, in this venue. So I just want to address that part of it, that we see that we're getting this $36, for maybe a dinner, but, and you're seeing the amount of traffic along with all of the parking that the residents have seen. They've documented it, so I don't want to act like we don't see what's actually going on here. We see regular occurrence at this clubhouse, and calling it something else when we can clearly see that there's a regular occurrence going on there is very concerning to me. So if you could address that, please.
Sure. First of all, and we've provided this documentation to staff already, we have not, we being the property owner, has told the rabbi who does the occasional prayer things there that he is not allowed to charge at all. And once the residents pointed out, because we didn't know, that they are advertising it on 2 different or 3 different websites, I personally, and I provide these letters and emails I send to the websites, we've instructed them to take this down, that they are not allowed to advertise this property that way one way or the other. Now, I have not initiated lawsuits on that yet. The lawsuits are expensive, and we'd have to find out where to serve them and everything else like that. but we've sent actually 2 cease and desist letters to both of them on that. And we also have signs up there saying this is not a formal house of worship or anything else that I posted on the property. Personally, I did that and posted those letters on the property. I also sent pictures of that to staff. We have also told the rabbi if you want to have occasional prayer circles there or morning prayer there to do that, you can do that. You are not allowed to charge. So, you know, he might be asking for a $36 donation for a dinner or something. We said, you can't do that. This is not pay for play or anything else, and we will make sure that that is enforced. But we will also, I'll write a third letter to those websites and understand that. We understand what's going on with that. And one of the other things, one of the reasons why we also modified the site plan is you'll notice there's no more any type of access on 27th or anything. So that's going to address the residents' problem, the residents' issue with that as well. So even if they do come, they're going to park in those new 18 spaces or something like that, but they're not charging, they're not doing, they should not be doing that. Even if they're asking for a quote, suggested donation,
They
that is
shouldn't
not
be
allowed.
doing it, Mr. Feiner, but do you see how the public trust could be eroded because of saying that we're not gonna, and we're gonna tell them to stop, but then if they don't, then what? You know,
Well-
they need some assurance that there's gonna be real accountability
The next step is
with that.
the next step is a lawsuit, and if they don't do that or anything else, we won't renew the lease with the rabbi because he has to walk there, and that's what it will be. And I understand the residents' concern, and we are trying to address it.
I
You know,
understand that
we
you're
can't
trying
say
to.
one person can use the clubhouse but not, and maybe we could do that. Maybe we could say, look, you've shown that you cannot be trusted on this, so your use of the clubhouse is banned, and we can do that as well.
Thank you. I'm gonna let the vice mayor go. That was one of my biggest concerns there, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Feiner, you know, the clubhouse, you know, I've kind of reviewed the whole thing in my mind where you have the new plans that are there. The plans, you know, look okay, you know, and I think, again, it all goes back to the public trust situation. I think if everything was done according to the way it was supposed to be done, they probably wouldn't be having this issue. You know, I think because the building is there and it is an apartment rental, which again is supposed to be an apartment rental, but I guess there is no rule that they can't do Airbnb there because I think it's an ownership thing that they can do it. I know there's no rule against that. And then they have so they take the back area and they want to convert it to make it a nice place for everybody, for the tenants to use, and have extra parking for the restaurants to try to alleviate some of the parking on the streets. You know, some of the things that it seems pretty clear and easy to resolve, and I don't know why, you know, the property owner should be able to rectify this problem without an issue. You know, first of all, addressing the clubhouse. If it's a clubhouse, are they going to gut that out and make it a clubhouse, or is it going to remain a house?
There are going to be some internal improvements made, but there'll still be bedrooms to change in with the bathrooms. We'll put men and women's sides on that. And there's going to be the living room area that you might be there is going to be, you know, an area where you could have birthday parties for the kids, you know, if you invite people with your kids or something.
But
so
a
it's not going to be
clubhouse-
a complete gut, no.
Well, see, that to me, that's still a house then. A clubhouse is a house. A clubhouse, to me, is an open venue where, just like at Meadowbrook or any other, you know, other townhouse places that you go to, you go to the clubhouse, it's a big open room with a bathroom and maybe a kitchen or something in it, but it's all with a big open room. Now, if you're going to continue to have bedrooms there and have a living room there,
there will be no, let me just address that.
I didn't see the plan on how that was designed, so that brings the public trust down, okay?
I understand.
Is
We'll
this
get rid of the
person- Is this person living in this place?
No.
Then what gives him the right to go in there and use that property?
He's a resident of 2750.
Okay,
he's a
so
tenant.
so he has the complete access to go there whenever he wants. Now, what happens if somebody else wanted to walk in there in the middle of his prayer meeting, a different resident that may not be of the same faith, and they walk in there and they start walking around and 3 or 4 people start playing in there in the middle of that? What's going to happen then?
They're fully entitled to do that. The clubhouse is
I know,
open
but
to
that's
everyone.
not, they're entitled to do it, but that's not going to go over well with each other. Then it's going to be a conflict.
Well, without being flip, Vice Mayor, they'll have to learn to get along because everyone has an equal opportunity to do that. And I will say again, we will get rid of the bedrooms in there.
Okay,
This is not a house.
Doesn't the property manager take control at that point?
Yes, and the property manager ensures that it's being done properly.
Okay, I'm just trying to alleviate some of the problems down the line here because if they have the parking problem, I remember you before saying that the valet was there in the parking, and they were trying to alleviate the parking on the street. If the parking valet was doing their job, and maybe the property manager could have been helping with that, that they would have been making them going down to the dollar store instead of cutting corners and parking wherever they were convenient for the thing.
Well, we've now made valet mandatory at police.
Okay, I understand. I mean, all your intentions, I think, are great. I really do. And as far as putting the fence up without the permit, just like the young lady said, people do it all the time, and then you go after the fact permit. So, I mean, for us to take it down, pass it, and then put it back up, that's a waste of money, and it doesn't utilize things the right way. And I think it's something that's unavoidable if we should, if this should pass, that, it just gets rectified. The project looks good. I just don't like some of the things that happen. And I can assure you, and I've got 2 years left up here, I can assure you, and I know the developer, and I know you, that and I know the staff, if it continues on, we will pursue the situation more aggressively to the developer and and the property over there. They're going to have to follow the rules. I mean, it cannot go on. And I ask the residents to, call every time, not just that. And I personally give my word that I would, follow up on that with the city management team. And I can tell you, our new city manager coming in, Candido, he's on the ball, and he, as well as our city managers now, that we will make an aggressive move on that, just so you know, and that the fines will occur. And it'll go on there. I just want to make it clear that, it's not going to be, it's okay, it's just going to go away. I mean, I like everything about it. I like the developer. I like the project, and I want the neighbors to not have that issue. Every neighborhood has issues, and they have a business there I'm happy that they're successful in moving. That's what we want from the businesses. And the flooding problem, as the Commissioner Wellen said, my sister lives on 28th, and she's flooded every time down there. And we are working on, that's our next project, and that is another big expense come to the city. But we are getting ready to work that whole area there for flood. So I don't know if they're aware of that or not, but this is the thing. So just bringing that up. But listen, I just want them to do the right thing, and I think it would work.
I understand completely what you're saying. It will be relayed. The developer could not be here tonight because he was in China for 3.5 weeks on doing business. So Mr. Sharabi does apologize for that. I will relay everything that's been said here to him. And I will just say as well that the reason why the fence was done that way, it was damaged in a hurricane. And so we wanted to put up something as a buffer. And then it got caught up with everything else. But with regard to the fence, that was the issue.
Okay. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finer. Any further comments? Before we go on, I do want to say a couple of things, because I agree a lot of what the Vice Mayor said on this. Overall, the project looks like a great project. It could be. It has the potential. But also, as Commissioner Llewellyn, I've been going to these meetings since 2020, before this project was built. And I have seen how the developer can work with and have 10, 12 meetings, have as many meetings as it takes to get to a yes and follow through. I have not yet seen that level of commitment with this site plan. I think it can get there. I think that the possibility for everyone to get on the same page still exists. But as it exists right now, there's still a lot of mistrust. There's still, okay, we're going to tell them to stop. We're going to do that. And what I can see is that they're going to lose their leverage once this is passed, and they don't feel like they're going to be able to still have the leverage of being able to force the rules that have been promised that they're going to be followed. So that is a major concern, and it is also a major concern that this is a site plan violation. I do believe that it's possible to get to an agreement. I don't think it's there. I still feel that this process has been rushed right now, and I think you should prove that you can be trusted before this moves forward. You need to show that you have the ability to enforce the rules that you have said that you're going to, and demonstrate that in a real world way that is tangible for the residents who have come over and over again on this issue. So those are my comments on that. City Attorney, did you have a legal opinion that you wanted to give to Commissioner Ryan?
Yes, I just wanted to give him the definition that he asked for place of worship. It is a building or structure owned or used by a religious organization for worship, religious training, or educational non-academic curriculum, including the accessory use such as daycare. So it has to be the primary use.
Thank you. And with that, I guess we have a motion and a second. Did we do that?
It would be a motion and a second on the ordinance first.
On the 12.2 ordinance. Okay, do I have a motion for 12.2?
I make a motion past item 12.2.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Is that 10.2 or 12?
12. We got to do 12.2 first and then 10.2. Commissioner Llewellyn.
Second.
Second. Laura, call it to a vote.
Commissioner Llewellyn?
Hold on.
Yes.
Commissioner Romoli?
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan?
No.
Vice Mayor Salvino?
Yes.
Mayor Davis?
No.
Mayor, the motion carries 3-2.
Thank you. All right, let's read motion 10.2.
It's 10.2, and if anybody's going to make a motion, please advise if you're going to accept the 4 amendments by the developer, including some language changes we did today about working with staff on the language for the sign, and the 2 that are proposed, I believe, by Commissioner Romoli that the developer has agreed to, which is the chain link fence and the shielding of the lighting. So it'd be the 53 plus an additional 6.
Okay, do I have a motion? Commissioner Llewellyn?
Make a motion to approve 10.2 with the amendments as stated.
Okay, do I have a second? Commissioner Romoli?
Yes, second.
Second. All right. City Clerk, call it to a vote.
Commissioner Llewellyn?
Yes.
Commissioner Romoli?
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't pass anyways.
Vice Mayor Salvino?
Yes.
Mayor Davis?
No.
Mayor, the motion carries 4-1.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I just, point of privilege, Mr. Feiner, could you send me the language on the 4 so that I could tweak it and get it into the resolution?
Well, certainly, I'll add the other 2 conditions. Let me go to the microphone. Sorry.
Yeah, come back up.
Most assuredly, and I'll add the other 2 conditions that I've made notes of here, so I'll send you all 6 via email tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to, we did 9, 10, 11, there is no first reading ordinances. We have done, let's go ahead and move on to 12.1. Eve, if you could please read 12.1.
Yes, Mayor. An ordinance of the City Commission amending Chapter 28 of the LDC, Article 110, Use Regulations for Commercial and Mixed-Use Districts at Section 11020, List of permitted special exception and prohibited uses to eliminate mixed-use districts from the table. Also amending Section 110-190, use subject to minimum separation distances to include CAVA and vape sale distance requirements. Amending the Subpart 1 CRA Form-Based Zoning Code, Article 302, Detailed Use Regulations at 30210, permitted special exception and prohibited uses, in order to establish one permitted use table for the CRA Form-Based Zoning Code, providing for codification, conflict, severability, and effective date. This is a community development item, second reading.
Good evening, Corinne LaJoy, Deputy Director, Community Development. This is second reading of the text amendment, and this is establishing one permitted use table for the form-based zoning district, so there won't be 2 tables. We're also establishing where vape and CAVA are allowed with distance separations. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Corinne. This is a public hearing. Do I have anyone to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Any discussion or motion from the commission? Commissioner Llewellyn.
Yes, Corinne. I know the last time when this was at first reading, there was some discussion about restaurants or places
Yes.
like that. Has that been addressed?
So I was right in that there is a provision where that distance separation is waived in the CRA when they're serving food, but that's only in the CRA. So everywhere else in the city, wherever there's an establishment selling alcohol, they have to have 1,000-foot separation, even restaurants. But we heard what the commission said on first reading. So we are proposing a text amendment. We're planning to bring that forward in June, and we'll have that addressed with that text amendment.
Okay, so we'll be able to correct it at
Yes.
that point? Okay, thank you. I'll
Thank
make a
you,
motion to approve.
Commissioner Llewellyn. Vice Mayor?
Second.
All right. Commissioner Ryan, did you have something or you were going to second? Okay. All right. Elora, you want to take it to your vote?
Commissioner Llewellyn,
Yes.
Commissioner Romoli,
Yes.
Commissioner Ryan,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Salvino,
Yes.
Mayor Davis.
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you. And then we will move on to item 12.3. Eve, if you could please read 12.3.
Yes, Mayor. An ordinance of the City Commission to amend Chapter 2 Administration to create Article 12 Conflict of Interest in Code of Ethics, to create Section 2-300 Conflict of Interest in Code of Ethics Ordinance, providing for conflicts codification and effective date. This was sponsored by Commissioner Llewellyn. We gave a PowerPoint presentation the last time. This is really more focused towards vendors. I'm here if you have any questions, but there is a public hearing requirement for tonight.
Okay. Is there anyone to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Vice Mayor?
Make a motion past item 12.4.3, please.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor. Do I have a second? Commissioner Llewellyn?
I was going to say, I thought we had another presentation. Only kidding, just kidding. Second.
I don't know how funny that is right now. I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. All right. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Commission. And now we are on to item 13.1. And this is sponsored by Commissioner Ryan. It's the Broward County PBA Officer of the Year Banquet. Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick with this. As you know, the PBA is in the city of Dania Beach over off of State Road 84. Us as a commission, we passed the resolution to name the street after it, PBA Memorial Drive. They are having the PBA Officer of the Year Award. I think we've all attended that at one point in our tenure. It's a wonderful event, and we're going to get a table. Well, I'm asking you if we get a table for it. And typically, I think it's a little more expensive, but they gave us a city discount. It's only $500. So I'm just asking for $100 each from our contingency funds in order to sponsor a table there.
I'm good with that. Do I have commission from consensus, or does anybody have an issue with this? She has a question. Commissioner Llewellyn.
I'm just curious if we know if it might potentially be a Dania Beach officer, deputy, who is Officer of the Year.
I don't know. I don't know if they reveal that yet. That's a good question. We could reach out to Rod.
I think.
Oh, there you go.
right now.
Thanks, Chief. Look at that. Our hero.
I saw a hand raised.
Don't spill the beans.
Don't tell him, Chief.
I will tell you that it is a Dania Beach deputy.
Beautiful. Then you can
really.
Well, I'm hoping by saying that everyone will come.
Then you
Two
can,
tables.
You can definitely
So-
have my $100.
Yes, it's, I'm not going to say the name, but I won't have to be, you have over 100 people to choose from. But it is a Dania Beach deputy.
Okay.
So he would love to have you guys come, please.
It's a he. Okay, so we know it's a he.
Well, that ended up being a great question. All right. Very
Wonderful.
good. All right.
What's the last name start with?
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan and Commissioner Llewellyn for asking the question. All right. So that passes unanimously, or we will $100 each from our personal contingency. I'm sure Maxine has it down. All right, and next we have item 13.2, a resolution from the city attorney. City attorney.
A resolution of the City Commission authorizing after a public hearing for the City Commission to enter into an employment agreement with the city manager to be Candido Sosa Cruz, providing for conflicts and effective date. So inside the agenda is a proposed contract. It is consistent overall with what was provided to the city manager. The major differences is the salary, which is within the range for average of the peers, city managers. The salary survey provides 292,000. This is 290,000, and instead of a take-home, there is a take-home car instead of a stipend for that. There was some cleanup of language, and I believe at this point it is just a 3/5 approval for you.
Okay, I do have comments on this because I was not able to have a one-on-one because I was out of town in Kentucky last week, and so I'm overall very good with the contract as it's stated. I'm very confident as I sponsor this item for Candido to become the next city manager that he will be absolutely brilliant in this role as he serves as our next city manager. And but I do have an issue as a commission that I wanted to bring up with us together, because as a commission we only have 2 charter officers, our city manager and our city attorney. And so that means the problem or the concern I have is with Section 6 of the contract. This is not anything personal, it is just process. And so that means that we have 2 evaluations per year total as an entire commission. And yet we have not received the city manager evaluation or the city attorney evaluation for the previous fiscal year or for the current fiscal year. We have only received 1 evaluation for the city attorney. And so I want to make sure that as we go forward into a new contract, that we do things that are properly aligned and do it at the same time every year. Because as it stands, it's not acceptable to skip an evaluation year and not provide an evaluation for the only 2 charter officers that we have. It is just a fundamental responsibility of this commission. Performance evaluations should not be optional. You have two employees. It should not be optional. And it's not optional in any well-governed organization. So it is just a fundamental, as I said, responsibility and for accountability and good governance that all municipalities that I know in Broward County and Florida follow. In every professional role that I have previously served and currently serve in, including the Florida League of Cities, the Broward League of Cities, we have an annual evaluation of our executive officer every year at the same time. And so since I've been elected in 2021, I've completed a formal evaluation for 21, 22, 23, 24. And then I was prompted when I saw this contract come up that we did not have evaluation for our charter officers. And I was like, where is it? I can't find it because I keep my records for documentation. And it's just good to have documentation on the record. So it is my expectation, and it's a standard expectation moving forward, that I want to make sure that we have received performance evaluations for both of our charter officers, the city manager and the city attorney, for the previous fiscal year and this fiscal year. And I think evaluation should be conducted. They can be conducted in writing or orally. You don't have to write down, I'm a writer downer. I'm one who likes to, keep my records intact. But even if you do an oral, we like to have backup for every single thing that we do, and we should have backup for our city manager. Whether that's just a memo, you just say, you did a fantastic job, then that's all you need to say, but it should be documented annually at the same time. So that is my only issue. And whether a commissioner or an elected official chooses to complete an ICMA evaluation in writing or provide a memorandum reflecting the evaluation, the standard should be clear and it should be consistent. And it should be documented. You only have 2 charter officers. Again, performance evaluations should not be optional. They are a fundamental responsibility of this body. And so, I don't need you to repeat what I can say it 20 times if I like. So that creates a disconnect between and turning to the contract itself, the current language in Section 6 allows evaluations to be optional and states failure to conduct evaluations does not prevent compensation adjustments. Additionally, there is a timing concern that the contract, in the first contract draft that we said that it will begin in March, and now, the contract begins in May, yet the evaluation language ties to a review to an evaluation in June. In our previous city manager contract, we always had them evaluation 2 months before the evaluation, and now you're having an evaluation after the evaluation date, after the hiring date. So an evaluation should occur annually, and it should be in alignment with the term in May, and prior to any consideration or compensation or continuation. For those reasons, I'm requesting that Section 6 be revised to making annual evaluations mandatory, whether it's orally or in writing, not optional, and require that evaluations be documented to allow flexibility for written or oral evaluations. This is not about an individual, but it is I believe that formal evaluations will only serve to document and strengthen what I expect will be a very, very, very strong performance. This is not about ensuring that this is about ensuring that we as a government hold the standards of accountability and transparency that our residents expect and deserve. So with that, I have no problem with any of the other parts of the contract. It is only Section 6, and that is my issue.
Just for clarification, March was because the manager was hired in March, as was I. We selected June only because that's when you start your budget process, but if you want to change it to May, change it to May.
It should be annual. That's all I'm saying. It should be before, it should be in alignment with when he is hired as the manager, not after the fact. Commissioner Llewellyn?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Although I do consider myself to be a bit of a subject matter expert on this because I have been in executive level positions for over 20 years, closer to 30 years. I do want to ask our subject matter expert on HR issues and evaluations, which would be our Director of HR, Linda Gonzalez, to please come up here. If you can, I know that you're recovering from an injury. The chief is behind you.
Oh, she doesn't have a thing anymore.
If you need help. Thank you, Linda, and thank you, gentlemen, for assisting.
Thank you.
So, Linda, as our resident subject matter expert on HR issues, and you've been doing this for how long?
About 40 years.
Okay. Can you tell us about evaluations and annual evaluations with executive level
Yeah.
positions?
So the concept of evaluation.
Linda, you can move the mic down if you want.
Okay. So, sorry, Linda Gonzalez, Chief Human Resources Officer. I've been in HR for several decades, private and public sector.
The evaluation of executives is always treated a little bit differently than others. And the concept of evaluations is fluid. It has changed over time. The most modern concept of evaluations and best practice is not an evaluation, but continual feedback. So what that means is if I have several employees working with me at any given time, that employee should know where they stand. Why? Because we're talking to them. We're talking to them and saying, you did a great job today, and we're saying, this is something that you can work on, and so an employee always knows where they stand. Some of the drawbacks of doing an evaluation once a year is you may not have that continual feedback. Some organizations even document those conversations. We encourage our leaders to do that also. So when you're going back over a full year period, you're actually looking at a year. What happens sometimes with an annual evaluation, there's a tendency, it's called like a halo effect. Something just happened a week ago or a couple days ago, whether that's good or bad, and that can have a halo over the whole effect of the evaluation. But the best leaders and the best managers, if you say to an employee, what does your manager think, how are you doing, they can answer that all the time. Not to say, well, I had an evaluation 10 months ago, I'm not really sure what that said or how it was. The other thing, just doing this for so many decades, and I'm talking private, public, hospital, school board, government, many, many different sectors, people are generally not good at evaluations. They're not good at them. They're not completely honest. People have a hard time with confrontation. Some people are really good at them, but generally they're not. And sometimes the feedback isn't really what it should be. And sometimes it's all good. And there's no one's perfect in their job. We all have things to work on. So there's no issue with changing the date. I don't think that's a concern from the mayor. I totally respect and understand what you said on wanting to change the date. But really, if you want to keep an employee engaged and motivated, the best way to do it is just to talk to them all the time, the good and the bad.
So, and what I want to say on this is that I know for the last 7 years, with our current city manager, I speak to her daily to keep up with things that are going on in the city. I also do speak with her when something good happens, and I speak with her when something bad happens, and we have a conversation about it. Do we sit down and write out an evaluation every year? No. We do have conversations like what you're talking about. I can also tell you that in my own experience, being in executive level positions for the last 25 years, I don't get evaluations in my positions. Instead, there is a conversation that happens when something good happens, when something bad happens. And at the end of the year, when I do get a raise or I get a bonus or something like that, there's a very brief discussion about, this is where we're going. Do you have any questions, basically? And that's the way that it's been forever, that I've been involved in this. I also represent, in my day job, a number of large corporations, very large corporations, and we get personnel files all the time because they're requested. And in those personnel files, they don't have evaluations anymore. They just don't do them. Not even for the regular staff, not just executive level, but regular staff as well, because they just don't do them anymore. It's just not a practice, and although I appreciate wanting to do that, and I like the language of may, so if you want to do one, do it. But I don't think it should be mandatory for all of us to have to do this, because I don't really think that it's necessarily something that we need to do or may not feel that we want to do, especially if we're communicating, because I anticipate doing the same things with Candido that I've done with Anna for the last 7 years, and that is talking daily, discussing things good, bad, or otherwise when they do occur, and addressing the issues as they come up, good, bad, or otherwise. So that's my 2 cents on it, and I personally would like to keep the contract as it is. I think that it's a very good contract. I don't want to reinvent the wheel, and I like the way that it is right now. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wellen. Commissioner Romoli.
Thank you, Mayor. Linda, I'm glad you brought up the point about continually talking to the individual, associate, executive, whoever it happens to be. Because in my previous life, I used to be an HR director. It has completely changed since the time I did it. I won't tell you how long ago that was. I worked in a right-to-work state. It was a policy of ours not to do evaluations because it was right to work. You can fire at will. And when I transitioned into owning my own business, all my associates that work for me, we don't do evaluations. It's a continuous daily discussion with those people about what their progress is, what they have to do to get better, what they have to do to improve, et cetera, et cetera. And I think if you have those daily discussions with those associates, then they have a better idea where they stand rather than waiting for 1 year to give an evaluation. Because I consulted with an outside human resource representative that consults with small businesses, and they even told me best practices don't do them. And the reason is very similar to what you said about a halo effect. A lot of times when we tend to do an evaluation at that time, we are forced into thinking short term, not long term. And the things that took place a month or two ago are what comes forefront in mind, not what happened over the course of a year. So I think if we're doing our job and we're doing it correctly, we're communicating with our city manager on a daily basis, which I do, and I probably too much, especially with our deputy city manager. I think that they understand where we are, and when there are shortfalls, I think we're very honest about each other to be able to say, I don't like what's going on here, so we need to change this. And I like the idea of being able to, if we need to, do an evaluation. I think that's great. And if anyone on this dais wishes to do an evaluation, I think that's wonderful. But I don't think it should be a mandatory thing, because I think it's something, like I said before, that we should be doing on a day-by-day basis. Thank you.
Commissioner, oh no, Vice Mayor Salvino?
Well, I'll be a commissioner soon. Going back the years prior to being here on this dais with the people I'm up here with now, there was issues that we had with a couple of the directors of different departments. I'm not going to name them. And when it came obvious to that person that they weren't doing their job, it was very simple. They got the message, and I think out of the 2 or 3 that we ran across that were getting the message, they resigned prior to that, and then I think one of them we did have to vote out. Have an evaluation. If you want to have one, you can have one. I'm not going to have one. Every day we talk to the people. They see who they are. We see what they're doing. And I can tell you right now, if our city manager, deputy city manager, or our attorney wasn't doing the job, I would bring it up to the commission, and they would probably feel the same way that I had put on the agenda, that I'd like to discuss the removal of that person off of their position. To have an evaluation, you even if we had mandatory evaluations, and I think you have to have a 4-to-1 vote to remove somebody. Is that correct up here?
Well, it's not about it. I think it's 3. I don't know.
All right, whatever it is, whatever it is. The thing is that I evaluate, the person as we talk daily and stuff like that. And, as we just went through 4 years, or the last 6 years so far with our city manager and deputy city manager, I haven't had any complaints. If I had something to say, I'd say it, just like I say it now. So I'm opposed to that. And honestly, if there's no more conversation,
I do have more conversation.
Oh, of course you do.
Of course I do. Because I think, you think about evaluations as a negative thing. I think of them in a positive thing. I would love to write a glowing recommendation for Candido. I think to put all of his accomplishments and put the work that he's done in writing. I think it should be, I think everyone should have an opportunity to do that. That's why I said it can be orally or in writing. I'm not saying that you have to do something, but yes, that is what, and you may come from different areas. You have HR, you've been in business and you're an attorney, but as far as the Florida League of Cities is concerned and government is concerned, I can tell you it is a best practice for all of the cities that are recommended at a high level to evaluate their city managers. That is what happens in government. And they actually have classes on that and during the Florida League of Cities about how you should be talking, exactly what you said, talking to your city managers every day, making sure that they understand that, you know, operations, what you expect and what you expect of them and what they expect of you, so that constant communication is going on. But it is a best practice in government, and I have talked to legislative affairs about that, just because you should give positive feedback. You should be able to give it, say, hey, you know, this bothered me. And I've talked to Candido. I've said when things, you know, whatever, good, bad, you should have that conversation. But I think it's good to be able to say, hey, this is a great performance and let me document those things. And there's nothing wrong with saying, you know, that I've done my job with my employees and let them know that they're doing a good job. So it's coming from a positive perspective. It's not coming from, oh, let me get you, gotcha, and, you know, put it in writing. But it's more of, we want documentation for every little thing. You want backup for if there's a mole on the wall, like you want backup for the smallest thing. So why not have backup for your own employee? But with that, I will let you go ahead and make a motion, Vice Mayor.
Okay,
You can go.
okay, I'll make a motion, we pass
I'm
the
sorry.
resolution as, the resolution number 2026 as is.
Hold on.
Whatever it is.
Before you do, we do have to have a public hearing.
Okay, I thought she called for it already.
No, I didn't.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I called for motion.
Apologize.
All right, this is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. All right, Vice Mayor.
I make a motion, we pass that item.
13.2.
13.2.
And I'll second it.
Commissioner, oh, did you have? Okay, Commissioner Ryan. Uh-oh.
Do you want to? What? You want to take a
Wait, did you not want to say anything? Oh, okay. I saw your light blinking, but it's not. Oh, hold on, I got still, that's why. Hold on, there you go.
Yeah, I know we discussed this at length. I appreciate everybody taking the time to look at this contract. I had a couple questions, but luckily Eve sorted out for me. When it comes to the evaluation, I like what Linda said. Like when it's you know, like day-to-day employees, evaluations are good. But when you're talking about high-profile positions in the city, we're evaluating them every day as a commission, and you know, for good or for bad. And if it gets bad enough, then we have to call a question to removing that person from their position. And you know, when they're doing a good job, they're not losing their job. So I would say that's good enough indication. And since we all talk to Anna every single day, I'm sure we're telling her how good of a job she's doing or how bad of a job she's doing. So I think, like I said, with these high-profile positions and from learning with best practices, dealing with these high-profile positions, I don't encourage or discourage it. If you want to provide one, that's fine. If you don't, same to me. But as a commission and as the, you know, mayor and vice mayor and commissioners of the city, it's our job and it's our duty to constantly evaluate our management and our leadership in this city. And, you know, that's what we owe to our residents. And, you know, no one should ever feel like it's just a walkthrough here. It's not, okay? This is an important job, and we take it very seriously, just as Anna has and as Candido's going to do. So, yeah, those are my opinions with that. And we have a motion and a second, so you call the question if there's no further comments. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I still want on the record that I want my previous evaluations from the past fiscal year. And with that, we can go ahead and take it to a vote.
Commissioner Llewellyn?
Yes.
Commissioner Romali?
Very happily, yes.
Commissioner Ryan?
Yes, welcome.
Uh-oh. You can finish the award.
Vice Mayor Salvino?
Absolutely.
Mayor Davis?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
All right, and then we will move on to congratulations, Candido. I know, I just want to write great things about you, so I'm going to do that, okay? And I'm going to document it like the doctoral student that I am because I feel like you deserve great evaluations. And so then we'll move on to 13.3. Is that me? No, thank goodness.
Would you like me to read the title?
Please read the resolution, E.
It's a resolution of the City Commission to select an artist and authorization to proceed with the top 3 artists for the America 250 City Art Poster Project and Mural at 401 Sterling Road, providing for conflicts and an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioner. So this is a request to participate in the U.S. Conference of Mayors National Art Poster Contest and artist selection for both the poster and the mural. The mural is proposed to be located it's a partnership with the city. The address is 401 Sterling Road. It's the nice blank white wall as you enter the city's limits. Well, this core of the city anyways. So at the February Public Art Advisory Board meeting, the board was looking to publish a call to artists for, as I said, a partnership with the city at this location for a mural installation that would identify the city of Dania Beach and also recognize America's 250th upcoming anniversary. At the same meeting, the mayor discussed the city's participation in the U.S. Conference of Mayors National Art Poster Contest, and since both projects shared similar themes and in interest of saving time and money, the board could utilize one call for both project recommendations. So on March 20th, the city published a call to artists and received 9 submittals that were reviewed and discussed by the Public Art Board. The board has recommended the top 3 artists for the commission's consideration: Shiva Maharja, I'm sure I'm not pronouncing it right, Carlos Ponos, and Jen Little. So this is Shiva. She's a multidisciplinary artist and a Dania Beach resident. And this piece is called The Lone Baseball Player. She provided
It's a he.
He, I'm sorry.
Yeah. It looks, well.
Shiva looks deceiving. So he is a Dania Beach resident and has 2 proposals. The board, I think, was leaning towards the one on your left, but it's obviously up for the commission's recommendation. And then Carlos Pones. He is a expertise in oil painting, murals, and digital illustrations, and he's based in Tampa, Florida. And then third is Jen Little. She's a visual artist and art educator specializing in murals and art illustrator. So what is not on this slide, which I did not put on the budget impact, would be the budget for the poster is $2,500 would be for the artists for their design. And the mural, we're contemplating, we're trying to save money. We're trying to spread the public art fund as far as we can. We had discussions about the development slowing down, so the fund revenue has slowed down as well. So for the mural, we're looking at alternate options. Possibly rather than having a typical mural painted on the wall, we could wrap it based on one of these designs, which would be cheaper. It runs about $9,000 for a wrap, where a mural would cost probably $24,000 to $25,000 for that size wall. So just to let you know, those are the
And we did discuss this being temporary, right? I mean, for the mural, because it's just for the 250th. So we would want to be savvy as far as how much we spent on it.
That's correct. So staff in the Public Art Board is recommending the top 3 artists for the consideration of the City Commission. And I can go through the visuals if you'd like to see those, or I'm here for any questions.
Okay, so, and then I just wanted to point out that we can choose one for the poster that will go for the U.S. Conference of Mayors, which I feel strongly about, and then we can have one that's different for the wrap or the mural, and you can choose we can choose two different ones. So I just wanted to hear the commissions. Those are the top three. We had 9, I think, submissions, and those were the top 3. I like the fact that we have a Dania Beach artist who submitted from Dania Beach. And so I just wanted to hear the discussion from the commission as far as which one you liked, and so we can move on from here. Commissioner Ryan, did you have your button?
Yeah, I was just, I had a question. The site at 401 Sterling Road, it's private property, right? It's privately owned?
Yes,
It's Max Towing, and if you recall, the manager had negotiated with Max that they would allow us to use it for the centennial.
Use it? Okay, so we don't have to pay?
At
It's
no cost.
Okay, all right, I wanted to verify that. And so what, my comments on the...
The top 3, your choice for top 3.
I'll be short. I like number 1, but Dania Beach has a history of the Redbirds. The Dania Beach Redbirds was a popular team, so it'd be cool to see the baseball players in red. That would be my only critique, because that is a little more relatable to Dania Beach specific, recreational baseball. And anybody that grew up down here back in the day, before my time, the Dania Beach Redbirds. So that's all I'd say. I like number 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ryan, Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Well, you mentioned 2, but I thought we were talking about 1.
Well, that's what, I like number 1 as well.
No, I'm talking about two murals.
No, there's 2. There's one that's a poster that will go as the selection into the
contest.
Yeah, that'll go into the contest for the U.S. Conference of Mayors. It'll be part of a
Was it
book.
just a picture that you send in?
Well, it's a graphic that we send in, and it's going to be
How much is
part of
that?
the book.
So the contest to participate, there's not a fee but we're
Okay.
paying the artist $2,500 for their design. So whichever one you choose, we're gonna.
I see.
And you can choose the same artist, the same design for the
Okay.
poster and the
Okay.
wall.
All right, well, I love baseball and everything, and I think, Commissioner Rand's things there, but I happen to like number 3 because it was colorful, it showed the beach, showed the pier, and we are at Dania Beach. So, I'm not opposed to listening to everybody else and, I'm not set on anything, but my favorite look was number 3.
Okay, thank you. We got 1, we got 3. Commissioner Llewellyn.
So just a couple of questions before I tell you which one I like. I knew about the mural because I remember the manager talking about that. This is the first that I was hearing about a poster. So how did that come about? Because doesn't that usually come to us first before it goes to the Public Art Board to do a call for artists? Isn't that usually the way that it works?
No.
So we didn't actually do a separate call. It was brought up at the same meeting that we were discussing a call for the mural. And the mayor was tapping into the call because the theme was the same. So the Public Art Board said we could use one call, save time, and possibly recommend one of the artists for the mural and the poster.
Sure, I understand that. I just thought normally the procedure was that it would come to us first, and then we would, like we just did recently, we just talked about another project that we're going to do, and it was brought to us as to the different projects and which one did we want to do and that sort of thing. So that's why I'm just a little confused, because it's the first that I'm hearing about a poster.
It's on social media. You didn't see it on Facebook.
I saw something on social media, but I, for some reason, was thinking it was something different. But even so, that's not coming to the commission first. I just want to make sure we're following proper procedures and not just going directly to the Public Art Board and, bringing in new ideas. I thought we were supposed to come to the commission.
It goes, from my understanding, it goes to the art board, and then it comes to the commission after they pick their final top 3 of what we selected. That's why the final decision is always with the commission.
Sure, but again, do we know what the procedure is? Is that the proper procedure? I know you said you think that's what it is, but do we know what?
So typically, we get permission from the commission to do a call to artists.
Okay, so it does typically come to us first, and then.
So the request was discussed by the manager to do a partnership. So the Public Art Board was discussing the call to artists, and the mayor brought up under discussion the poster contest with the same theme. So using that call, the same call, we were using it for both recommendations. It wasn't a separate call that was issued for it.
Okay, well then I would prefer to use one and not multiple, because it again, just trying to follow procedure. But I personally like number 3 as well, Jen Little. I think that's That's what people, and I know the history, and I love the baseball theme, but this is what people know Dania Beach for. So that's why I think it's the most appropriate. So, thank you.
But I do want to give an example, like the dolphins that were out with, and that's in front of C.W. Thomas Park. That comes to the art board first.
Because it was part of another project.
And then it comes to the commission for final approval.
Right, that was part of another project, though, so.
All right, Commissioner Romoli.
I don't like this. There's 2 for number 1 and 2 for number 3. Does that mean I'm the deciding vote? I better take 2 then, right? Oh, man, I hate doing this. I like both 1 and 3. Really, I would like them both. Gosh. Okay, well, we are Dania Beach. I'm a baseball guy. I love baseball. Me too.
But it doesn't have to be, it can be 1 and 3.
Well, is the same one going to be?
That's what I'm saying. You can choose a different one. You can choose 3 to go on the mural at Max, and you can choose 1 to, like, I like 1, so I would want 1 to go into the book for the.
Which one do you think is best for the poster that would actually give us a good chance to be recognized?
I think 1 would, but I think actually for the mural at Max, the number 3 would work. Like, I think that's more colorful.
Yeah,
that'll draw the
I agree.
eye. That goes more with the, the Dania Beach colors, the banners that are around the city, and it matches.
Yeah, so I'd like number 3 for the mural for sure. And I don't care which one we do with the poster. Whichever one gives us a better chance.
Can we maybe vote separately so we can have clear direction on which item?
Oh, and does this mean we have to spend $2,500 for each?
No. So 2,500 is for the poster design, and the mural with the wrap was.
What we pay the artist though, right?
The artist's design was included in that $9,000.
So you'd be saving 2,500 if you use 1.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah, we'd be saving
Yeah.
if we only use
Yes,
1.
yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Sorry.
getting at. So I think we should probably just focus on 1.
Commissioner Ryan.
You still going?
No, I'm sorry. I said 3. I want to go with 3. But we should focus on 1 mural or one item. Yeah.
One design.
That's what one design. Thank you. That's what I meant to say.
All right, I guess we love talking about art, and I like talking about art too. When it comes to 3, it's more like an advertisement, if you ask me, and it's great. I like it, but like you see all that stuff around our city. Drive around, you see it. The number 1 is more like it's a little more out of the box. It's artistic, and you notice it. Like it sticks out to you, and it's something unique and it's different. It's cool. Like I said, this is more like a culture thing, where the other one is more like an advertisement. So it just depends which way we want to go, and they're all lovely, and I'm thankful for all the artists. But we always get caught up on this. But if we do save money by using 1 and 1, then that would even reinforce why I want to go with it. And Mayor, just call to a vote, and if I could offer any advice, I'd just do show of hands.
I'll take some advice from a former mayor. Show of hands for number 1. Show of hands for number 3. One. We got 3 for number 1, 2 for number 3. Yes. The one on the left. Yes, the one on the left. Okay. And if somebody wants to sponsor number 3 for the mural, I still think number 3 for the mural is fine, but yeah, 1. He's a Dania Beach artist. All right, we're moving on. We got it. 3-2, number 1.
Yes, so there's consensus to use number 1.
Okay.
For both, correct?
1 for both. If you guys want to save money, all right, we'll do 1 for both. I like variety, but you guys go ahead. All right, we're moving on. Whew, good Lord. So now we're moving on to item 13.4, which is opportunity zones, and I have another little thing to do. I'm just going to start. Good evening. I want to start by sharing how this item came before us while I was traveling to the Southern Municipal Conference with the Executive Committee for the Florida League of Cities. I received correspondence from the city manager and I both received an email, and the city manager was going out of town at the time, and I received correspondence from Broward County Commissioner Beam Fur regarding a time-sensitive opportunity for Dania Beach to participate in opportunity zone designation process. Given the importance of this initiative and the very short timeline, I took the opportunity while in Tallahassee to engage directly with some of the subject matter experts, including the Chief Legislative of Affairs, Casey Cook, and Executive Director, to better understand the policies, implications, opportunities, and potential impacts for our city. Through these conversations and my own review, it became clearly that this is not simply an administrative item, but this is a decision how we position Dania Beach for future investment, and I am bringing it forward with that responsibility in mind. A census tract for the public notification and for public awareness is a census tract is a small geographic area defined by the U.S. Census Bureau used to measure economic conditions such as income levels and community need. Opportunity zones are specific census tracts, not entire cities or neighborhoods, and they are eligible for targeted investment. Now, this is called Opportunity Zone 2.0 because it was originally established under the Tax Cuts Job Act of 2017. And at that time, including Florida, the designated opportunity zones across the country were to encourage private investment in economically distressed communities. Those original designations were the original opportunity zone and where they were intended to be time limited. As a result, the program has now been updated and reauthorized at the federal level through recent legislation, and now this has created what is now known as Opportunity Zone 2.0. What this means is that this program is now a permanent part of the federal tax code. States are given a new opportunity to reevaluate and reselect census tracts. The criteria are now more targeted and more restrictive, and there's a renewed focus on ensuring investment reaches communities that need it most. The state of Florida is right now, in the process of identifying which census tracts will be nominated for this next cycle, and that will begin January 1st of 2027. The deadline to submit our recommendation for Opportunity Zone Census Tract is this Friday, May 1st, which is why our input is being requested right now. Opportunity zones are not grants. They provide tax incentives to encourage private investment supporting job creation, business development, and community revitalization. And I want to acknowledge our administration and thank Deputy City Manager Candido Sosa Cruz for compiling the information and identifying eligible consensus tracts specific to Dania Beach. County Commissioner Beam Fur provided 9 census tracts, and 5 of those are located within the city of Dania Beach. One is east of Federal Highway, south of Dania Beach Boulevard. The other one is southwest 34th Terrace to Anglers Avenue. The third one is the airport and surrounding Dania Beach area. And the fourth one is southwest 34th Drive to Anglers Avenue and the Dania Cutoff Canal to Griffin Road. And the fifth one is west of the FEC tracks to Hollywood Canal. So this program has the potential to and can attract investment and strengthen our economy and support underutilized areas while requiring careful oversight. What's most important about this to me is that these designations do not override or require any modification to our existing ordinances related to building height or density. That means our current standards, including our established height limits, remain fully intact. Any future development may still comply with our city zoning code. This program provides tax-based incentives only. It does not grant development entitlements. What it does is create an opportunity to attract investment and businesses through incentives while still maintaining the character and scale of our community. And importantly, this allows us to pursue a strategic investment without being forced into decisions that will alter our development standards or character. All future development will still require public notice, commission review, and transparency. The deadline to submit recommendations, again, is this Friday. The commission can, so my recommendation is that the city commission authorize the city administration to move forward with submitting the eligible census tracts for Opportunity Zone 2.0. And I believe that this is a thoughtful and responsible forward step for our city. And I would also request that upon approval, if we approve this, that we direct our city attorney to prepare a final formal resolution memorializing this action for the record. At this time, I will open it up for discussion. And upon conclusion, I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thanks for bringing this up. I've looked into this, and it looks like a good initiative. But just to be clear, our opportunity zones are already identified. We have 5 of them that Broward County Commissioner Beamfer already identified, and then we need approval from the governor, correct?
Right.
So we only have until May 1st to get this in,
Yeah.
and we already have the application completed pretty much. And we just need commission approval to submit it. Yeah. Okay. Those are my questions.
All right.
Well, with that, make a motion to approve item, what is it, 13.4?
Yes.
Make a motion to approve item 13.4.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. Commissioner Romoli.
Yeah, if there's no other questions, I will second the motion.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed say nay. All right. Item 13.4 passes unanimously. Thank you, Commission.
Mayor, if I can, I just wanted to say the resolution's already prepared.
Is it in where?
I don't know why it's not in the agenda, but it was already prepared.
It's not listed or it's not in there. I don't have it. Can you? It's not in.
I will share it with you. It's an oversight then in the agenda, but it was prepared and circulated amongst staff.
Okay, well, if you could provide that to us, I'd appreciate it. All right. Next, we have commission comments. Are we on the comments?
Appointments.
Board member appointments. Board member appointments, we have 14.1. Advisory board appointments. I do not have mine. Commissioner Romoli, do you have anybody for your Marine Advisory Board?
Yes, I do, and I believe Laura and Aaron have the information already, correct? I guess I shouldn't say the name.
Yes.
Okay, Rick Buckner, lives at 4601 Southwest 30th Way here in Dania Beach.
Yes, we'll reach out to him.
Okay, Commissioner Ryan?
Yeah, I saw this Education Advisory Board attendance update, and I see that my appointee has not been attending. So could I direct the clerk to reach out to Dale Miller since he's interested? You sent in the application.
Yes.
Wonderful. And yeah, you could initiate that replacement.
And we also have Serena, I don't remember her last name, who's
Also, one of the attachments is for Serena Bravo.
right.
who is
She's been
still
relentless
interested.
calling me, so I know she's really wanting to do something. So
Yes, and I
we're
believe
looking
Vice
for
Mayor,
people
you would
like
like
that.
to appoint Serena? Okay.
Would you appoint her?
Yeah.
Mayor, do you want to allow him to
Oh,
speak?
okay.
No.
No.
Vice Mayor?
Hi, Mayor. I spoke to the city clerk about removing mine hasn't had, I think was pregnant for 3 months, or maybe had 3 months, the last 3 months she didn't show up, so we're gonna remove her. She'll send, the clerk will send a notice out to her, and then I'm gonna appoint Serena to the.
Serena Bravo.
Serena Bravo. Okay. How's that, guys? My team player or what?
And Commissioner Llewellyn, I believe, wants to appoint somebody as well since her board member is.
All right, Commissioner, hold on. Commissioner Llewellyn.
Yes, I also spoke with the clerk about removing my person as well, who has not been there. She had three excused absences, and then 3 just no show, no response. And I have an appointment as well. I'm going to appoint Diana Famey, who will give you her information. She's sitting in the audience. Thank you.
I have it. Yes, perfect. Okay, so then that should be it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'm gonna talk to Principal Billings on Friday, so, thank you. All right. We're moving on to commission comments. Anything else on the appointments? We're done, City Clerk?
Make a motion?
All right.
Make a motion?
Can I have a motion?
Consensus is fine. I think there was consensus for everybody to have their appointments.
Yep.
Yep.
That works.
We got unanimous consensus. Okay. All right, thank you so much. All right, now we will move on to commission comments. Commissioner Llewellyn.
Yes, so thank you, Mayor. So first of all, I just want to say I did find out the reason why my person for the proclamation from Lung Forest was not here is because she had a death in the family. But I will be seeing her at one of the events, not next, I guess it's next week. So I spoke to the mayor, and I'm going to present the proclamation to her there. So just so everybody knows. Because I knew they were very excited about coming. So in any event, I'm going to do something a little different tonight. So this is for the general public. Anybody who's watching the meeting or watches it later. We get a lot of people that come and speak to us during commission or during citizens comments or during public hearings or just various items and people come up and they speak. And it's really not the time for us to respond and engage with the public. So I don't want people to think that we're just acquiescing or we're just either being weak or we're just whatever you might want to think is going on, or that we're agreeing or that we don't have an answer or whatever it might be. This is not the forum for an argument to go back and forth between us and the public. It's a great place for the public to come up and speak to us and tell us what their concerns are and what the issues are. But we, if there is something that's a concern, we get emails. We meet with people separately outside of here. A number of us said that we had talked to residents about different items that came up tonight. There are other things that go on, and we're really here to talk about city business. And yes, it's a great place for people to air their grievances or compliment or do other things, but it's really not the place to go back and forth and engage like that. So I just want to make sure that the general public is aware of that, and that's part of the reason why we don't do the back and forth with people. At least that's why I don't do it. And that's the way that I was taught with Robert's rules and whatnot. So there's also a lot of information out there right now that, and I've said this before at a number of different meetings, that there's a lot of misinformation that's out there. And it's really easy for somebody to go to ChatGPT and try to summarize something when not fact check it before they actually go back and look. We saw this happen after our last meeting. There were some things that were put out there, and when people saw it, they were immediately upset, and then they went out and they actually watched the meeting and saw that half of the information that was in there wasn't actually accurate. So it's important when people are seeing things out in the public, on social media, on the internet, check everything. You can double check everything. You can watch the meetings, come to the meetings, call any of us. I think all of us are pretty good about taking phone calls or text messages or emails and responding to people. So I think it makes it much a much better relationship between us and everybody else to make sure that, you know, your voice is being heard and allow us to try to talk to you. And maybe, you know, something is wrong, but maybe it isn't. And maybe it's just a matter of needing a clarification. So I just wanted to say that because I thought it was important. And with that, good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Llewellyn. Commissioner Romoli.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be brief too, but I do want to echo what Commissioner Llewellyn just said. I fielded, I don't know how many calls after a posting was found on Neighborhood Watch about an approved 20-story building that this commission passed in the last commission meeting, which that fired up people. People were upset, and they rightfully so. They called us and called me, and I had conversations with them, and they calmed down. And I think it's too easy to sit behind a keyboard and start typing stuff up and sounding as if you know what's going on. So for whoever's out there listening to us tonight, feel free, just call us, and we'll explain to you exactly what's going on. Nothing's going to get passed by this commission until there's public input. That's the fact. That's what's going to happen. There's a process that we go through. So just keep that in mind. And one last thing I wanted to say, unrelated to that, last night I went to a transportation vision meeting for 2040 that Beam Fur conducted along with the consulting group, and it was really quite interesting. Didn't totally agree with everything they talked about, but at least they're talking about some transportation issues that we have in South Florida and some of the things they're trying to do to address it with light rail and additional vehicles or service vehicles on the road. So it's an interesting concept. I encourage everybody to go to Broward.org. I think they can find it on there, the presentation. But I do want to reach out, and if Beam's out there listening, or if I really appreciate the fact that he's taken the lead on this on a very important issue. So thank you, Beam. And with that, good night, everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner Romoli. Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor. It's kind of surreal that this is Manager Garcia's second to last meeting. But yeah, it's been a pleasure serving with you, and I know the last meeting is going to be a bang. So looking forward to the future, and you know, I wish you well in your endeavors, and you know, Dania Beach is in good hands. So thank you, Commission, for getting through tonight, and I appreciate everybody here, especially the staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. Vice Mayor Salvino.
Mayor, I don't have anything to say except that I didn't get a raise that everybody was saying we got. Thank you.
20%. Yeah. It was.
I know. I think somebody said we got all this big money raises.
Yeah.
I don't remember getting a raise in the last 6 years, so thank you very much. Good night.
All right. It is 11 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? I am ready to go. If you're old enough, you'll remember that from only just me and you, Eleanor. Anyway, this is I have a lot going on, and I'm very excited. The Vice Mayor's given me 13 minutes. Anyway, I really am. I just want to thank everybody for specifically, this was like the best Earth Day that I've ever had, and with so many people coming out, I want to thank everybody involved. There was a lot of community members, more than we've ever had in the previous times, and so I really just want to thank everybody the Earth Day team. We have the Earth Day art contest coming up, and I just want to thank everybody for pouring in, showing up, showing out. And I've also traveled. It's been a long week, but Saturday we were all able to be united with the United Way of Broward County Gala. And thank you to Candido, Commissioner Ryan, Commissioner Romoli. We had a full table. All 10 seats were filled, and that was the goal. And I love when we reach our goals. So let's just keep reaching our goals together. Thank you and good night.